Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. It's the 13th of June, 2023. Welcome to Clearwater County's regular council meeting for that day. As a reminder, all public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any verbal or written information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 40-1. With that, there has been an agenda circulated. Would there be any additions or deletions to that agenda? Seeing none, I'd look for a motion to adopt the agenda. Deputy Reeve Lougheed was first. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Also, the minutes from the regular council meeting of the 23rd of May, 2023 were circulated as well. Would there be any errors or omissions to note? Seeing none, I would look for a motion to adopt those minutes as circulated. Councillor Swanson was first. All in favor? And that is carried. Takes us down through our agenda to planning and development. First item up today is item 4.1, and I know we're joined by a number of people around the table. Maybe we'll start with a round of introductions, and I'll go to Councillor Graham first.
Good morning, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4, Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1, Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 in Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5. Welcome, Brian Cermak, Division 6.
Good morning, Vic. Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillam, Acting Director of Planning and Development.
Good morning, Vic. Rick Emmons, Yale.
Good morning, Holly Bealey, Development Officer.
I'm Vic Maxwell, Rocky Mountain House.
Well, good morning and welcome. Thanks for joining us, and I'll turn the floor across to Ms. Bealey to introduce this item, please.
So Vic Maxwell, on behalf of Spate Construction, has made application for a land use amendment within the southeast of 1837-6. This land is located in the Dovercourt area, approximately half a mile east of Highway 22. The subject quarter is presently designated agricultural under Clearwater County's land use bylaw. The proposal is to redesignate an existing aggregate operation located in the south central portion of the quarter to an industrial district parcel. The existing operation received development approval for a sand and gravel pit and for equipment storage, both of which are listed uses in the Ag District and Industrial District. This area is approximately 18 acres in size and is an active pit. The applicant indicated pit activities are sporadic, approximately 3 to 4 weeks a year, and is predominantly used for stockpile storage. The applicant's intent is to make the good farmable land available for someone who actively farms, separate from their aggregate operation. Access to this land will not change and will continue to use Township Road 37-2 adjacent to the south boundary. The remaining 134 acres would maintain as agricultural zoning. There is a residential subdivision adjoining the proposal in the southeast corner of the quarter, and surrounding land uses are ag and residential. I just wanted to note that this application was received prior to the adoption of the 2023 MDP. Clearwater County's land use bylaw will soon be undergoing review for consistency purposes within the two plans. So based off the 2010 MDP, the only districts that permit an aggregate operation are the lands is an agricultural zoning or the zoning of industrial. There is no provision to subdivide an existing operation and maintain an agricultural designation, as there's no provision for small ag parcels unless it's naturally fragmented from the balance of the land. So therefore, in accordance with the 2010 MDP, the existing operation must be successfully redesignated to an industrial district parcel and then follow the subdivision application process to obtain separate title. In the 2023 MDP, it references that all aggregate operations will acquire a direct control designation with the adoption of the new land use bylaw. The applicant was informed of these changes made in the 2023 MDP and how these changes will affect the land use bylaw and in turn the land's designation in the near future. The applicant is fully aware that the new land use bylaw that when the new land use bylaw is adopted, the proposal will change to a DC zoning where all decisions are made by council. So pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will go through the subdivision application process to receive separate title. The proposal would be 2 parcels out of the quarter section or 3 titles within the quarter, and it would comply with the subdivision portion of our new 2023 MDP. So I have included policies that I'm just going to quickly reference because they are from the 2010 MDP. So section 4 talks about evaluating agricultural land and the factors that should be considered when subdividing and developing the land, such as the agricultural quality, farming activities, existing or planned non-farm uses, impacts on agricultural production, and the farmland ratings on the land and adjoining lands. Section 8 encourages the expansion of existing businesses and industries to diversify the county's economic base. And where agriculture is the primary use, the county should look to limit infringements on existing agricultural operations. It also addresses providing a variety of commercial and industrial lands in a variety of locations. And Section 12 talks about implementing policies outlined in the 2010 MDP and related plans, and it provides provisions to require additional studies completed by a qualified engineer and outlines what council shall consider when making their decisions. So impacts, suitability, scale, and density, just to name a couple. From the land use bylaw, I've included the industrial district, the purpose statement, which is to accommodate industrial operations appropriate for rural locations. And I just wanted to note that permitted uses in the industrial district is farming. That's the only one. Discretionary uses include auction marts, sand and gravel pits, which include processing, maintenance facilities, and veterinarian clinics, just to give you a couple examples. From the Municipal Government Act, Section 7, it just addresses the subdivision of the land and what must be considered. So the topography, accessibility to roads, and the surrounding land uses when you guys are making your decisions. So for policy considerations, the redesignation of the land is to separate the existing aggregate operation from the good quality farmland. The existing use and storage currently on site is approved and fits within the industrial district. The application fully complies with the 2010 MDP and the 2023 MDP in regards to the number of titles permitted within the quarter. The applicant is aware of the changes made in the 2023 MDP and how all aggregate operations will be redesignated to direct control. With the adoption of the land use bylaw, the access to the property will not change, and agencies and adjacent landowners will have opportunity to comment on the proposal should first reading pass and we proceed to a public hearing. So with that, staff are asking council to consider granting first reading to this bylaw and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you very much. Questions for the development officer? Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. You answered my first one, being that this was brought in before the change, so we're operating out of the 2010. Old pits are typically under old regulations, less constringent, 24, 365 crushing, et cetera. With this change, we have the opportunity to put the newer rules and regulations, like the 2-week, 24-hour crushing that we've put on many of the pits that have come before us in the last year.
My understanding is that unless amendments made to that application, we wouldn't change any of the existing conditions, but maybe Kim can speak to that.
Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, I would have the same response, like they're looking to subdivide out this portion, but if they're not making changes to the actual development permit, we wouldn't make changes to their operation. This is just like them separating out that piece of property from the quarter section. They're not applying for amendments to the development permit at this stage, so.
But
no.
follow up?
Please, go ahead.
But when any changes are made to the land, it gives us the opportunity to bring some of those development permits up to, for example, the 2-week, 24-hour crushing, not the 365, 24-hour crushing, just as an example off the top of my head.
Yeah, so like in this case, they're just proposing to do a land use amendment to separate the piece out, but they're not bringing the development for, like, so we can't force them to reapply for a development permit to, like, change the operation or to upgrade. They have existing approval for that, so if they're not doing anything outside that existing approval, we can't change that. I mean, we could not go forward with the land use amendment, but we can't change the development permit. It's a separate process.
Okay, thank you.
I would just like to add that it is getting near its end of its expiry, so there isn't very many years left in that pit, and they are only in it a couple weeks a year.
Go ahead, Mr.
When we say that there's not many years left, it's approximately, I think, 2/3 mined and requiring, and they actually do some reclamation work as they go along. But I think there's roughly a third, which that third supplies their gravel needs for the foreseeable future. But it's pretty hard to put a year on it. Spates are a fairly major contractor in this area, and they use it in work that they do throughout the area. The only equipment that's stored there is just overnight when they happen to be there doing a crush, or they have a loader there. There's not equipment stored there on an ongoing basis. It's just that the rest of the land is a long way from any holdings that the Spates have in the Hardendale area. They'd like to put this farmland in the hand of some farmer who could use it. Now, while it's appropriate for them at this time to do that, things are happening within the company. There's another generation taking over, but as far as Spate Construction Limited, the company that will own this parcel, I mean, it could be 4 or 5 years, or it could be 24 or 25 years. It depends on the amount of work and the contracts and so forth, how fast they mine the rest of the property.
Any additional questions for the development officer or the applicant? Seeing none, I would be, the recommendation here is to consider granting first reading and move to a public hearing. Would anybody be willing to make such a motion? Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
I would grant first reading and move to a public hearing. It's always great to have the opportunity to have the public be able to comment on land use amendments.
Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
With that, we'll move through our agenda to item 4.2, and that is first reading of Bylaw 1152/33 for application number 0623 to amend the land use bylaw. And I believe we're being joined by Mr. Bisson this morning to outline the background information to that application. And maybe since we're being joined by a guest as well, we'll do another round of introductions, and I'll go to Councillor Graham again first.
Good morning, Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Councillor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1, and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Division 5.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning, Ray. Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Acting Director of Planning and Development.
Good morning, Ray. Rick Emmons, CEO.
Morning, Dustin Bisson, Planner.
And good morning, Ray Roberts.
Well, thank you for joining us this morning, and with that, I will turn the floor across to Mr. Bisson to outline this application.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good morning, Council. Ray and Bev Roberts currently hold title to the Southeast 641-5 containing 154.89 acres. The subject land is in the Agriculture District A and is located approximately 8 miles northwest of the hamlet of Leslieville. The landowners have made application to redesignate approximately 20 acres located in the southwest portion of the quarter from the Ag District to Country Residence Agricultural District. The remaining 134.89 acres of the quarter would remain under the Ag District. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with the subdivision application to create separate title to the 20-acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed 20-acre CRA parcel contains a residence, 3 shops, 2 cattle shelters, 2 chicken/pig houses, and a pump house. Access to the proposed CRA parcel can be obtained from an existing access off of Township Road 41-0, adjacent to the south property boundary. Access to the remainder of the quarter section can be obtained from an existing access off of Range Road 5-1, adjacent to the east property boundary. The landowners have made application to amend the land use bylaw to be able to subdivide off the existing developed yard site. The reason the landowners have applied to redesignate more than the maximum acceptable lot size is to accommodate existing buildings, services, and shelter belts. The farmable field area to the west of the developed yard site is as conducive or more conducive to the developed yard site than it is to the remainder of the quarter section. The landowner intends to keep the existing first residential undeveloped parcel in the west central portion to be able to pass it down to family members, as it's part of the original family homestead. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential parcels surrounding the property. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the applicant is present to speak to the proposal. So as we look at planning direction, we look at the county's Municipal Development Plan 2023, Section 4.2, Part 1, protecting surface water and groundwater resources. The county deems that is important, and we need to consider the impacts of surface water, impacts on aquifers, including the quality and quantity of groundwater. 4.2.2, healthy aquatic ecosystems. The redesignation of subdivision or development, the county shall seek to retain healthy aquatic ecosystems. 4.2.3, riparian areas. We need to consider the impacts on riparian lands adjacent to rivers, streams, lakes, and wetlands. And the county shall seek to minimize the loss and degradation of riparian lands. 4.2.4, the county shall seek to avoid the loss of wetlands. When it comes to environmentally significant areas, 4.2.17, the county can dedicate environmental reserve and municipal reserve, or apply environmental reserve easements or conservation easements. Policy 5.2.3, subdivision development of agricultural land. Each subdivision or development application shall be addressed and decided upon on a case-by-case basis. In evaluating subdivision or development proposals that affect ag land, the ag quality of the land is one of a number of factors that the county shall consider. Some additional factors to consider are the nature and extent of farming activities in the area, the nature and extent of non-farming activities in the local area, the farmland assessment rating of the proposed lands and adjacent lands. Agricultural operations, 5.2.4, the county should seek to limit the infringement on ag operations. 6.2.1, general residential development considerations. Recognizing residential development will be required to accommodate future population growth and to help sustain community infrastructure, especially schools. Clearwater County views that residential development which is appropriately located and designed to the satisfaction of the county, is compatible with the rural area. 6.2.2, the county will require the subdivision applicant to demonstrate the following. The site has suitable attributes for residential development. It is appropriately located. It minimizes the impact on natural resources, productive agricultural land, water, aggregate, and energy resources. And the proposal can be reasonably serviced by community and physical infrastructure. 6.2.3, the county will require each parcel to have legal and year-round physical access to a provincial highway or county maintained road. Has a minimum area of 1 acre that's developable. Has a private septic system or water system that is approved. Has a water table depth of at least 2 meters and is serviced in accordance with provincial regulations. Buffering, 6.2.4, the county may require the provisions to buffer different land uses. So the minimum buffer that is suggested is 15 meters or 50 feet. The location, spacing, types, and size of quantity of existing and proposed trees and shrubs is one way to do that. As we move down, buffering on private land can be provided by municipal reserve, environmental reserve, or conservation easement. 10.1.1, subdivision of land. We want to provide for a variety of parcel sizes to accommodate agriculture, residential, commercial, and industrial uses in a fair and consistent manner. 10.1.2, subdivision of land. We want to facilitate the creation of additional parcels to accommodate housing options to serve the diverse needs of a growing population. 10.2.1, number of permitted parcels per quarter section shall be limited to 2 titles per quarter section, so that would be the first parcel out and the remainder of the quarter section. 10.2.2, the number of deals with the county may approve 1 additional subdivision in a quarter section for residential or non-residential use, subject to the proposed parcel being redesignated to an applicable land use under the land use bylaw. 10.2.3, some things we need to consider when evaluating a subdivision application is the impacts on roadways, access, and potential additional traffic. 10.2.4 is just deals with the parcel sizes, and the parcel sizes shall be between 2.25 and 7 acres if the proposal is for residential purposes, unless a larger parcel is deemed necessary by the subdivision authority to encompass existing residential amenities and facilities such as shelter belts, wastewater and water services, and driveways associated with the farmstead, or to accommodate a subdivision based on fragmentation. 10.2.5, legal and physical access. Again, parcel has to have access to a county road or provincial highway. 10.2.9, the county shall require all new proposals to minimize impacts on natural capital and ag operations. 10.2.10, the preferred location of residential parcels shall be any portion of the quarter separated from the balance of the quarter by a fragmented feature, portion of the land that has the lowest ag capability based on the provincial farmland assessment rating, or or prepared by a qualified professional accepted by the county. Locations in the quarter sections that use the least amount of cultivated land or land cleared for pasture. Locations abutting existing residential parcels or existing residences. The subdivision authority shall endeavor to ensure that each parcel has sufficient developable area to accommodate intended means of servicing for water and wastewater services, accommodate principal and accessory buildings to meet the applicable yard setbacks. 11.2.12, locating of the parcels. The subdivision, the county shall require, when it comes to the subdivision, the county shall require that road right-of-way, road widening be taken, require the construction of roads and accesses to county standard, limit the number of access points, require adequate setbacks to protect roads, require adequate sightlines, and require potential upgrades to county roads. When it comes to water and wastewater services, the proposal shall have the proposed water services shall meet provincial standards, and the cost of that development shall be on the cost of the developer. 11.2.20, the county can approve private water treatments, water systems if they can meet the compatibility of the land. When it comes to the redesignation for subdivision development, the county shall require, shall implement the policies of the MDP when making decisions on any proposed redesignation. 14.2.5, to provide information relevant to the proposed redesignation, the county may require the applicant to provide and submit by a qualified professional engineer any of the following: geotechnical study, traffic impact assessment, water supply study, wastewater servicing study, stormwater management plan, environmental assessment, or any other study that the county deems necessary. 14.2.6, the county shall consider where applicable the following when evaluating an application: impact on adjoining and nearby land uses, impact on natural capital and ag lands, impact on the environment, road requirements and traffic impacts, impacts on, measures to mitigate the effects, any county responsibilities that may result from the development of the subdivision, or any matters that the county considers relevant. 14.2.10 deals with municipal reserves. The county shall require the full 10% of developable lands to be dedicated as municipal reserves as provided for in the MGA. Municipal reserves shall be taken as cash in lieu on every residential parcel being created within a previously subdivided quarter section. Municipal reserves may be deferred against the proposed parcel on fragmented parcels over 10 acres in size or larger. Municipal reserves cash in lieu value shall be determined based on the current market value, which shall be reviewed every 2 years. Cash in lieu shall be retained by Clearwater County in Municipal Reserve Trust and shall be used in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Government Act. Environmental reserves and environmental reserve easements. In accordance to the MGA, the county can require the dedication of environmental reserve easements to protect lands that contain a swamp, gully, wetland, ravine, or natural drainage course, land that is subject to flooding and consider unstable. The remainder of the parcels just deal with, the remainder of the policies here just deal with the environmental reserve easements and where the county could dedicate it and how the county dedicates it. As we go into the county's land use bylaw, we look at section 13.44, which is the country residence agricultural district, which is to accommodate and regulate traditional country residential agricultural parcels with minor ag pursuits. The acceptable lot sizes are there, and again, they can be, if it's a developed site, it can be between 4 and 7 acres in size. The Municipal Government Act states, in making a decision as to whether to approve an application to subdivide, the subdivision authority must consider with the respect of the land that is subject to the application, its topography, soil characteristics, stormwater collection and disposal, any potential for flooding, the accessibility to a county, to a road, the availability of water supply, sewage disposal system, and solid waste disposal. Policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed lands is to allow for the subdivision of an existing yard site. The landowners can sell the acreage to the and the remainder of the property separately. The reason the landowners have applied to redesignate more than the maximum acceptable lot size is to accommodate existing buildings, services, and shelter belts. The farmable field area to the west of the developed yard site is as conducive or more conducive to the developed yard site than it is to the remainder of the quarter. Access to and from the property is via Township Road 41-0. Staff has reviewed considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with policy 10.2.2. MDP policy 14.2.5 and 6 permits the county to request certain studies such as an environmental assessment report to address sensitivities of the subject property and adjacent lands. Public Works, Regional Fire, along with other agencies will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of the process. So our recommendation today is that the county consider granting first reading to bylaw 1152-23 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Questions from council? Councillor Northcott first.
Absolutely. Thank you. For the parcel sizes here, it seems to be a little bit disorganized, the picture, the landscape of that quarter right now, but is there an opportunity to take the undeveloped acreage that's been subdivided and just move it straight down to the south into that, so that it would be, it would utilize some of that 20 acres and it would sort of be in a more organized fashion on that quarter?
Certainly the app could apply for a boundary adjustment to consolidate the existing 7-acre parcel back in, or sorry, the existing 5-acre parcel back in, and take it out elsewhere on the quarter. But he is proposing a separate second title, so he can keep that 5-acre parcel as it is the original family quarter section, and he does want to pass it on.
Right. No, but if it was moved down into that 20 acres, then the 20 acres would become sort of a 15-acre parcel.
Oh.
And then the 5-acre.
Yeah, that's certainly something that
Just to square it up, because it's sort of an the shape of that property and the boundary lines are sort of, anyways. I do also have a couple of questions. It's in 6.2.1. It has a quote there, sustain community infrastructure. I was just wondering if there's any, if there are any statistics or facts. I know that to show the impacts that it has on the urban, like the neighboring urban municipalities that do have, recreational amenities and amenities for seniors and stuff, but I know the financial contributions from Clearwater County continue to increase, more and more all the time to support the urban communities. So the impacts, are there any statistics or facts that support, that show the impacts of rural acreages and what those impacts do to the neighboring urban municipalities?
That is something I believe our economic development officer would have some of those stats. But as I would say that as our population grows and we have more users, using public facilities in urban centers, that amount of cost sharing will increase. I'm not sure if that answers your question,
I think
Councillor.
the major source of revenue for many urban municipalities is residential taxes, and I don't know, this isn't, there was, I'll support the first reading to go to public hearing, but again, this is not really the future of the landscape that many residents desired, is to have the third title per quarter, but one last question if I may.
Can I interrupt you, and we will come back to you, but
Yes, please.
Councillor Ratcliffe has been waiting for a question as well, so we will come back and make sure everybody has an opportunity to ask all the questions. Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Actually, I was going to make the motion that council grants first reading to bylaw 1152/23 and proceed to a public hearing.
Okay, thank you, and I will allow the question because I interrupted your thought process there. We want to make sure everybody has an equal opportunity to ask questions.
Thank you very much. Just another question for planning and administration. The cash in lieu for the, when is that due and what would that value be? When would
Sure. So as of right now, the cash in lieu would be due once the subdivision is approved. So it would be a condition of the subdivision approval. So he couldn't register the parcel until that municipal reserve payment has been received by the county. And then the evaluation that the county currently uses is based on the assessed value for acreages, which is approximately $20,850 per acre. So, if you took if you use that value on this 20-acre parcel, you're looking, we'd be looking at an estimate of about $400,000, give or take. He would end up owing approximately 10% of that value, so approximately $40,000. Now, Mr. Roberts could bring in a different assessment completed by an appraisal company, a registered appraisal company. And that number could be different, and I would suggest he would be better off to do so because there is some agricultural land, more agricultural land as part of this acreage, being proposed to be part of this acreage.
Okay. Can I have one last?
Okay, last question, because we have a number of lights around the table for sure.
The cash in lieu, is that mandatory to pay that, or is there an option to can somebody defer that, or is it mandatory that cash in lieu be?
So it certainly could be deferred, but our MDP does direct staff to take cash in lieu on all residential parcels.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. And I think Councillor Swanson was next, and then I'll go to Councillor Graham, and then back to the Deputy Reeve.
Thank you. I guess a couple of questions in regards to the balance of the quarter. I understand that it is being utilized through a neighbor, and is that 5 acres being just north of that, is that an active well site? I think that's what it is.
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes, it's an, it's an active well site there, but it belongs to Bonavista. It hasn't produced in, I'm guessing, the last 5 to 7 years. So over the last year or so, I've been after them. If you're not going to produce this, we want to turn it back into farmland. So last winter, they did come in and take all their production equipment off of there, and they cut and capped the well. So it's just a matter of time when they come up and clean up the rest of their stuff, and then it will be put back into farmland.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Councillor Graham.
I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. So the 20 acres will be coming out, and although there's a 5 acre approved subdivision that will continue being farmland, and then one day I believe it said your son will move on there.
Not necessarily my family or my siblings, but somebody of my mom and dad's. Somewhere we would like to save that little parcel for somebody down the road, maybe my grandkids or maybe my niece and nephews, or down the line for that little parcel that might want to come back. And my nephews do own the quarter across the road, so maybe some of their kids might want to come and take that little piece of land over.
So you get to keep the family farm going, and someone else gets the opportunity to have a nice 20-acre farm there as well. I think that's awesome, and I will be supporting first reading.
Deputy Reeve Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve. You said you're not currently farming the balance of the quarter section, but it looks like it is hay on like 15 acres of the proposed subdivision. Do you farm that, or does whoever's farming the rest of your property farm that?
The guy that farms the rest of it farms that one too. But the only access to that, I think it's roughly right around 13 acres, just the approach that goes into the yard, and then it follows the main road down into that field. If I can't take that piece out, they'd have to take out quite a bit of that shelter belt on the north side. I don't believe the county would let me put into a separate approach into that 13 acres of field, because on what would it be, 5-5A, the road going south, right on the west side of the quarter, there's a hill there. And then right at the approach going into the farmyard, there's a hill there. So I don't think that there would be enough visibility from both directions to put another approach going into that field.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? We do have a motion before us, and that is for first reading and to move to a public hearing. Any further? Councillor Cermak, please.
What is the class of the farmland here? Is that good farmland or?
So if you go to, I believe it's the last, the third last page of the package.
Page 18.
Page 18. So it's popping up as about 42 on the scale of out of 100. So it is higher quality agricultural land.
And the 13 acres that's coming up, this 20-acre field is 42.8 also, or is it the 40.8?
So it'd be 40, for the most part, the majority of that field would be 42.8. There's a couple of areas in there. I was trying to zoom into the trees and stuff that would be a little bit, that would be lower, but I couldn't get any sort of an ag rating to pop up on those. But the majority of that field would be 42.8.
He needs his 20 acres though to take in the shelter belt? Seven acres wouldn't do it?
So there is a shelter belt surrounding that field. And
you could have access to that field from that well approach, because that's all same land, right?
So the access to that well site actually goes up. That is an existing first residential parcel out. That is a separate title already.
Oh, okay.
So he couldn't get access through there technically.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions, especially related to the motion before us? Seeing none, I call that question then. All in favor? And those opposed? And that is carried. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Checking our agenda, we move through into item 4.3, and that is first reading of bylaw 1153/23. That's for application number 0723 to amend the land use bylaw. And again, we're joined by guests today, so we will do a round of introductions, and I'll start with the mystery person at the end of the table.
Good morning, I'm Sydney Graham, Counselor for Division 2.
Good morning, Jordan Northcott, Division 4 Counselor.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Reeve Lougheed, Counselor for Division 3 and Reeve.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Division 5 Councillor.
Welcome, Brian Zermack, Counselor for Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Kim Gillum, Acting Director of Planning and Development.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Dustin Bisson, Planner.
Good morning, I'm Gordon Hart.
Well, good morning and welcome. I'm going to turn the floor across to Mr. Bisson again to introduce this item, please.
All right, thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So Terratima Resort Limited currently holds title to Plan 2120254, Block 1, Lot 6, which is part of the Northeast 2437-8 west of the 5th, containing 153.21 acres of land. The subject land is mainly designated Agricultural District A, with the southern portion of the quarter section designated Recreational Facility District, RF. Subject land is located approximately 11 miles southwest of the town of Rocky Mountain House in the Struble Lake area. Accelerated Surveys Limited, on behalf of the landowners, has made application to redesignate 5 acres located in the east central portion of the quarter from Agriculture District A to the Country Residence Agricultural District, CRA. The remaining 148.22 acres of the quarter would remain both agriculture and recreational facility district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will then proceed with a subdivision application process to create separate title to the 5-acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed 5-acre CRA parcel contains a residence, barn, and a few ancillary buildings. Access to the proposed parcel can be obtained from an existing access off of Range Road 8-0 adjacent to the east property boundary. Access to the remainder of the quarter can be obtained from existing accesses off of Range Road 8-0 adjacent to the east property boundary, and Township Road 37-4 adjacent to the north property boundary. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to allow them to subdivide off the existing developed yard site. This will allow the landowners to sell the remainder of the quarter section containing Terratima Resorts Limited separately from the existing residential yard site. The landowners anticipate that the resort property will be more appealing to potential purchasers without that residential yard site. The proposed acreage is currently its own separate title. However, approval was recently issued to consolidate that parcel back into the quarter so that the first residential parcel out of the quarter can be moved to the northeast corner of the quarter section. A condition of the boundary adjustment approval is to consolidate the existing parcel back into the quarter. Therefore, this application is for the creation of a third title of the quarter. Surrounding land uses in the area are mainly agricultural, with a few residential and recreational parcels surrounding the property. The attached package provides more detail on the proposed development, and the landowner is present to speak to the proposal. I would ask council, this is the exact same policy that we went over for the previous application. Would council be okay with passing over that again, or would you like me to review that policy?
And I would note that there are at least 40 different sections of policy there, and unless there was one you wanted to highlight, my suggestion for brevity, it would be possible to just move forward without rereading all those. seeing nods of consensus, so I think we're safe to do that, Mr. Bisson.
Okay, thank you. So as we move down to policy considerations, the redesignation of the proposed land is to allow the subdivision of an existing yard site so that the landowners can sell the acreage and the remainder of the property separately. Access to the property is via Range Road 8-0 adjacent to the east property boundary. Staff reviewed and considered the impacts on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with policy 10.2.2. MDP policy 14.2.5 and 6 permits the county to request certain studies. Public Works Regional Fire, along with other agencies, will receive an opportunity to comment on the proposal during the referral stage of this process. So it's staff's recommendation that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 1153-23 and proceed to a public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Bisson. Would council have any questions of the development officer? I see Deputy Reeve Lougheed's light, I believe, was first, and then we'll work our way through the remainder of the herd here.
Thank you, Reeve. Can you explain further unregistered 7-acre first residential parcel? Because the diagram says unregistered.
Sure, yes, so that hasn't yet to be registered, so this was actually just recently came before the chair of the Municipal Planning Commission. So the applicant had proposed a boundary adjustment to consolidate the 5 acres that we're dealing with right now back into the quarter, and they proposed taking a new CRA parcel out of the northeast corner of that quarter, and that was approved. It just hasn't gone through the process to be registered by land titles as of yet.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm going to start at Division 2, please, and go from there.
So I'm a little confused. The 5 acres was just made part of the quarter again. And then,
That's right.
So then we're doing an amendment to the land use bylaw to take it out of the quarter again?
That's right, yes. So because our previous policy under the 2010 MDP only allowed for a single residential parcel out, the landowners had indicated that they, no matter what happened with policy, they wanted the acreage to be taken out of the northeast corner of that quarter. So they did the boundary adjustment, put it back in, and took the northeast corner out. So now they're looking at it going, okay, we're planning to divest of the Taratima Resort rather than selling it with the residential yard site that you're seeing, the 5 acres there. They want to separate that from the resort.
Okay, thank you, I understand now.
Okay.
Okay, and I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe next.
Thank you. Again, that 7-acre parcel in the northeast corner, that appears to be 2 separate dwellings, or am I mistaken?
So there is, if you go to the adjacent or surrounding land uses or adjacent landowner map, there is 2 rural addresses at that location. There is not 2 yards, 2 houses on that property though. It's just a second access. I believe the landowner could maybe speak to how he's using that piece of property.
Go ahead, please.
There's a little cabin on that left-hand side of that property. If you see the blue, you can't see it there now, but the blue house roof is where we live. And the part to the west is just a cabin and a little garage that we'd put there before.
Okay, so.
And nobody lives there. Nobody's going to live there.
Okay, it's sort of a guest house.
Yeah, if our kids come out or whatever, they can camp in that
Okay,
kind of thing.
all right, thank you.
Councillor Cermak? Oh, no question. Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. Our policy for blue signs does not actually allow for a blue sign for a non-residential parcel. So if you have 2 blue signs on that piece, our policy doesn't allow for that. It would only allow for 1 blue sign. Just as an aside, I just recently dug into the blue sign policy, so I think for another resident question, so just as a aside, can you map out where the RF is in the egg for me? I don't see it where the RF lands in there.
So if you, Alana, if you can scroll down on that aerial photo, basically it's the south third of that quarter section, I believe.
Straight across?
Pretty
or
much.
a weird
Yeah.
shape?
It's pretty much straight across, I believe.
Okay, because it's zoned RF, correct?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, and
Everything where the resort is located is RF. The north half, north 2/3 of that quarter is agricultural land.
Okay, follow up?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Is it being farmed? It's zoned ag?
It is not being
It's not
farmed.
being farmed. But it's in our agricultural inventory.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for the development officer? Councillor Swanson?
No further questions, but I would make the motion to grant first reading, to go to a public hearing, sorry.
Thank you for that. Additional questions relating to that motion? Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'll be supporting the motion for first reading because I think it's important to hear what the public will be saying about this. But I do think that there would be some other options, potentially subdividing the RF off of the ag and leaving the ag, the residential parcel with the ag. I see that as a very viable option, but I will be supporting so we can see what the public has to say. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Graham?
Very similar to Deputy Reeve Malhoff, this is a tricky one, but I will support first reading so we can go to a public hearing and see what the neighbors and surrounding people think.
Great. Any additional questions? All right, with that, I will call that question then. All in favor? And I see none opposed, so that's carried. Thank you for joining us this morning. Looking at the clock on the wall, I believe this next item is one of Mr. Pratt's. Why don't we take a 10, unless Mr. Pratt is here, I would, let's take a 10-minute break right now, and then we'll move on to that item then. Actually, 15-minute break. We'll be back at 10:15. Welcome back, everyone. We look forward to the next item. That's item 4.4, and that's the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance Report, Central Alberta Agritourism Development Strategy. And we're joined by Mr. Pratt today, our Economic Development Officer, and I'll turn the floor across to him to introduce this item.
Thank you, and good morning, Council. So the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance has completed its agritourism study. This was a project with 10 stakeholder municipalities in Central Alberta, as well as a grant from Travel Alberta, which we're very grateful for, and Tourism Red Deer was directly involved as well. We've identified these groups working together. We've identified agritourism as an area that has significant opportunity for Central Alberta, but there's not a lot of coordination or marketing of it. And in fact, a lot of them are working completely separate from each other. And so we're trying to look at how could we grow this sector. So several months ago, we hired Expedition to do a study for us and lay it out. And this has been a project that's taken probably about 8 months to do. And rather than me go through the slides, the gentleman, the consultant who actually did the study for us, created a short video that just walks every council individually through the slides.
Hello, my name is Justin Russo. I'm the Managing Director of Expedition Management Consulting, and I'm pleased to present to you today the final Central Alberta Agritourism Development Strategy. Our team was pleased to work with the Central Alberta Tourism Association on development of this plan. Expedition Management Consulting was the lead firm on the project, and we worked closely with our partners at Food Tourism Strategies, who have deep experience in agritourism and culinary tourism throughout Alberta. So we were pleased to work with CATA and your stakeholders on development of this exciting new plan. The objective of the strategy was to develop a strategy that will provide guidance to the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance, so as we refer to as CATA, and industry stakeholders in growing agritourism in the region. So it'll be an opportunity for you to all sort of have a vision for the future and a way to achieve that vision over the next 10 years. The project started in 2022, so late in 2022, and went through 5 phases. We're currently in the final plan phase. There's a wide variety of research that was completed as part of the process, including industry and community engagement. We had some excellent conversations with agritourism businesses, and we also had an opportunity to meet with businesses at their place of business through the site tours. So that was an excellent opportunity to find out what is working and not working in the industry. We completed an asset inventory, market research, looked at your service delivery and opportunities for the future. Out of all of that work came an identification of the current state, the strengths and growth areas that as we saw them through that analysis. In terms of strengths, certainly the diversity in agritourism experiences rose to the top in something that struck us. When you look at the breadth of the opportunities available in the region, it's quite impressive. There's growing interest in pursuing agritourism, both from governments, but also from businesses that are out there producing the experiences. There are large regional markets with easy access, so we know that your Central Alberta location is key here, with access to several million people within an hour and a half's drive. So that's certainly a strength for you. And strong agritourism operators. There's some folks that have been working in the industry for many years, and they certainly know what they're doing and can bring those new operators along and provide some mentorship potentially. There are opportunities for growth that were identified through the process. We did hear from tourism businesses that they are lacking an opportunity for collaboration. They want to be able to get together and do joint marketing, to develop experiences together and to learn from each other. But right now there really isn't a formalized mechanism to make that happen. although there is diverse agritourism experiences, the quantity of market-ready experiences, those experiences that are easy to consume by visitors, are fairly limited in relation to the overall product offering. So that's certainly a growth area. Market awareness of the region as an agritourism destination could improve, as well as an opportunity to increase operator capacity around developing tourism experiences. The plan does describe a vision for the future, and it's a bold one. Over the next 10 years, Central Alberta will be recognized as the premier agritourism destination in Alberta by 2033, that is. So there are a host of regions throughout the province that are doing really well in the agritourism sphere, and your region is certainly one of those. But you're really looking to be a leader in this realm in the coming years. And the plan does describe opportunities to collaborate with other regions in Alberta as well in the future. The plan also identifies outcome statements. So what will be different? What will be by 2033? There will be a sustainable collaboration framework in place. There will be significantly more agritourism product. There'll be increased visitation, a clear and unique brand. There'll be a development pathway for new operators to grow their businesses. There'll be recognition of the vast amount of benefits that agritourism can bring to communities. There'll be a more sustainable agricultural sector as a whole. And Central Alberta will be known as an agritourism destination. The report, the strategy also identifies target markets, the primary target market being visitors from across Alberta who are seeking to deepen their connection to agriculture through fun, fulfilling, and sustainable experiences. So really targeting those regional markets, at least in the short to medium term, because there's certainly opportunities there. Secondary market would be visitors from across Canada and other countries who are seeking much of the same thing. So primary regional and secondary out of province. The strategy identifies 4 main goal areas around organizational development, product development, marketing, and destination development. So under each one of those goals, there's a host of action items that will help support those goals. The strategy also identifies opportunities for further development of agritourism, including further participation in open farm days. And you've seen quite a bit of success over the past number of years participating in open farm days, but there certainly is opportunity to build upon that success. Developing a Central Alberta brewery tour is also identified, as well as various farm tours, a taste of Central Alberta experience, cook like a local. The plan also identifies agritourism itinerary development as a priority, and there are some tools on how to develop those itineraries, as well as developing of niche agritourism accommodation and leveraging festivals and events. And we know that several partners have festivals and event strategies, so plugging into that would be important moving forward. Plan identifies the top 10 action items. So there's more action items than this in the plan, but these are the ones that sort of rose to the top in terms of what we're suggesting you do next. The first is to select a host organization. So that would be an organization that would shepherd the plan moving forward, as well as an agritourism development task force that would have representation from agritourism businesses on it. That's an absolutely critical piece of the puzzle here in terms of your ability to be successful in the future, and engaging with those agritourism businesses will be really important. Allocating resources to implementation, also a top 10 action item, as well as securing human resources for implementation. Hosting an agritourism development forum to kick off implementation is something we're suggesting as well. We had an excellent meeting with agritourism businesses in which we presented this material, and they were quite enthusiastic and wanted to get going on some of these things. So we think you would have some good participation at a forum moving in the sort of near future. Focus efforts on experiences that are close to visitor and market ready. So get after those that might not take too much to move the needle forward. Develop agritourism-specific collaborative marketing campaigns, which was again something that the businesses were really keen on getting started on. Develop an agritourism brand for the region, as well as a mentorship program that would match some of those more experienced operators with new operators. Provide tourism experience and package development training, so that speaks to some of that capacity building gap that we found. And then also develop an information resource describing regulatory requirements for establishing new agritourism businesses. So that's something the municipalities could work on there. So those were the top 10 action items that kind of rose to the top through the process. So the results of all this will be increased experiences, increased awareness of the region as an agritourism destination, increased revenue, increased visitation, and increased satisfaction, not only from visitors, but also from residents. So that was a quick sort of snapshot of the highlights of the strategy. It's been an absolute pleasure working with CATA and agritourism businesses and stakeholders in the region in establishing this strategy. And we wish you all the best in implementation, and congratulations on your new document and your new direction moving forward. Have a good day. Bye for now.
So, as Justin said, this took several months. We did have involvement in the county. We had 4 businesses be involved in surveys and online discussions, and they also did one-on-one phone discussions and a couple of site visits. The town had 2 or 3 businesses. Overall, there were approximately 60-some businesses that participated across central Alberta. We actually invited far more. In our region, we invited about a dozen and a half to participate, but we only had 3 or 4 that opted in, or were able to at the time. The breadth of agritourism, though, is really hard to describe, because it ranges from people that actually have farm-type tours, to those who just stay at a bed and breakfast on a farm, to those who are actually raising chickens and selling the meat or the eggs at local farmers market, to those who actually they don't do anything tourism specific on their farm, but they provide the produce to a local restaurant or store. So for example, we have Beehive Artisans Market that sells Central Alberta produce. Not Clearwater County produce, but Central Alberta produce. Nordic Canteen specializes in trying to get their food from Central Alberta. Farmhouse Local Foods here in town does the same thing. But we don't actually have much for restaurants who specialize or try to promote that they're using Clearwater County grown produce or even Central Alberta grown produce. They tend to focus more on honestly the price rather than where it comes from. But we have examples in Lacombe and Red Deer, Cilantro and Chive, for example, that do specialize in saying this is beef from Central Alberta, or this is produce from one of the Lacombe pick and packs and so on. And so that's potential. But again, the breadth of what is in agritourism makes it a little difficult, because some of them are more tourist related, some are more producing or processing or retailing related. But it's quite a range. But it was fantastic to get their participation. There was a lot of enthusiasm. And one of the top item there was saying, oh, we need a group that get together and represent us. But again, that's across 10 municipalities, it's across 4 different tourism regions. So as a group, Central Alberta Tourism Alliance, we're just gonna be starting this fall to figure out, okay, how can we support that and help them grow? From before we even get to marketing, really, how can we get them to collaborate and work together? And honestly, to help some businesses recognize that they're even in agritourism. So anyway, that's my presentation, and the slides have extensive more information if you want to go into detail. But it was a very enjoyable process. It was nice to get more of an inventory of agritourism producers and operators, and be able to meet and hear what they were thinking.
Question from Deputy Reeve Lougheed, and then I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Agritourism Forum, do we know when that's coming? He said
Not this-
soon in the
Not
in
at
the
this
video.
time. Well, again, we just got this whole report about a month and a half ago. We wanted
So
to
tomorrow.
we wanted to get it out to our councils. Finding a good time for agritourism operators to meet is difficult. So, but realistically, the soonest will probably be after harvest in the fall.
Absolutely. Follow-up?
Please.
He talked about collaborative marketing, brand strategy, et cetera. I think it really emphasizes the need for often different marketing strategies for different regions, different niches, et cetera. Do you guys have a plan yet on that, or is that still to come as well?
That's still to come as well. We've talked about what that can look like. The Central Alberta Tourism Alliance is actually a business development, tourism development group, not a marketing group. Because within that, we have Tourism Lacombe, we have Tourism Red Deer, Silver brand unto itself, David Thompson Country. So we collaborate on a lot of things, mostly research, but we haven't done marketing so much because we do have our own individual brands.
Yeah.
We need to figure out what that can look like. This is more of a niche market.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, Clearwater County, from a export-ready point of view, only has maybe 6 to 8 agritourism companies ready for this. There's a lot more with potential, but there's only about 6 to 8 that are ready. But Lacombe County has about 10 to 12. Red Deer County has probably 10 to 12. And so individually, it's not a ton, but when you put the region together, the opportunity grows. So we need to figure out how. And we haven't had time to sit down to do that yet.
Yeah, just on the surface, to me, Thompson Country, it doesn't quite fit with agritourism, but I mean, I'm sure you'll pull it off and you'll show us how you can fit everything together.
Well, the advantage of having the culinary tourism group involved in this really helped us on sort of that food processing to plate type of thing. And I think there's a lot more opportunity probably for our restaurants to try to connect with local producers in Central Alberta rather than just going through the mass provider. But that'll be a discussion we have to have.
Excellent, thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe and then back to Councillor Northcott, and then, of course, to Councillor Swanson.
I'm not sure where to start. This is quite exciting opportunity that is really in its early stages of development. You mentioned getting more locally produced food into restaurants. Are there any regulatory barriers there, or what seems to be some of the things that are limiting it?
The restaurants are looking for one provider. So usually in Alberta, unless it's a greenhouse year-round, really it's seasonal production, and a restaurant doesn't want to have to change who's providing them with their greens or other material throughout the year. So they want to find one provider, and honestly, often local does not mean cheapest, and a lot of restaurants are looking for the lowest cost. So those aren't the regulatory barriers, but those are actually probably the biggest barriers for local producers to get into local restaurants.
So there would be an opportunity for an entrepreneur to develop a marketing or supply chain focused on local production.
Absolutely. Honestly, most of our restaurants and providers just go through Cisco. And it comes all out of a warehouse out of Calgary and not using local because of the convenience and the time, which I totally understand. But I think especially as our general tourism continues to grow, being able to promote we're using Clearwater County beef would be a good opportunity.
Okay, I have more questions, but I'll yield the
We'll
floor
come back to
momentarily.
you,
Yeah.
and we'll go to Councillor Northcott first, and then we'll make sure everybody gets a chance to ask a question or two.
Absolutely, thank you. You'd mentioned there was a grant associated with this. I was just curious, is that correct? There was a grant. I was just wondering what the dollar value was on that grant.
Travel Alberta gave us a grant as an organization. If I recall right, I think it was $30,000.
Okay.
And that helped pay for a significant portion of the study.
Yeah, and I know that there are many, many farms and many businesses out there that, independently will look after their own marketing. They treat it as a business, and they will market their own place. They will promote it. They look for, it's an investment into business, right? Like, for example, Cray Family Farms, with the corn maze and stuff, they promote it, they know about it, and the success on every business is really based on the, even Rival Trade Brewing locally, right? They've done really well in advertising on their own and have won some awards and stuff at the Chamber of Commerce and stuff. So I'm just wondering about the governmental involvement into private sector business, like to raise awareness for the business is good, but how many tax dollars are and really creates another industry of advertising. Like, I just was curious how many people would be involved, with this plan, because it was a agritourism development plan, right? Like, how many people does that consume to develop a plan when many individuals are marketing and promoting and investing in their own private businesses already?
Well, not everybody has the expertise that Cray Family Farms does or Rival Trade. I wish I could clone a dozen Rival Trades for their passion and their expertise, honestly. What we have is a lot of businesses that are working very hard but don't always know how to market themselves very well, or they don't know the connections. What we find is we're doing not just these studies, but we're getting them together, is that they're starting to partner to promote each other rather than just working individually. And sometimes it just takes somebody from outside of them. They're so head down, working hard on their business that, or working out, put it this way, they're working so hard in their business that it's hard to find time to work on their business. And so they don't have time to form some of those relationships or collaborations. Even in Clearwater County, we find people, businesses in Nordegg don't have any idea what people in Rocky are doing. And people in Rocky don't know what is happening in Caroline or down in James River area. And that's what these tourism organizations, David Thompson Country, myself included, is we try to bring them together and get to know what the whole region's doing to allow that for collaboration, sharing of information, and hopefully for marketing and promoting each other. Certainly the individual businesses working very hard have a lot of expertise, but to grow the industry as a whole takes more than just individuals working on it. And that's where we're not trying to take over from anybody, but if we can help them and assist them with information and some direction, that's really the role of economic development officers.
And I'll go to Councillor Swanson next, and then back to Councillor Graham, and then for your second question.
Just curious if the conversation was anywhere discussed in regards to open farm days in this too. Like, I see it as it's just one weekend every year. Maybe that could be expanded. Maybe there's an opportunity to, not only travel Alberta, but also with the Ag Ministry as well to help promote agriculture. So I don't know if, I skimmed the report. I didn't read it word for word, so it could have been mentioned in there. So if you have any points or comments you'd like to make on that?
I view, and the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance, we've been working together for a number of years. We view open farm days as a great first step for businesses that aren't sure how to start the agritourism side. They're producers, they've got cattle or they've got specific crops, but they don't know how to get into that. And open farm days is a nice and easy, only 2 days, only even 1 day if you choose, way to get into it and see. I know in particular in the Tabor area, there's been quite a few businesses that they started doing open farm days just 2 or 3 times. It's 2 or 3 years in a row, and then they're like, you know what, this is work. This is a viable revenue generator to have people come. In Clearwater County, unfortunately, we only have 3 participants this year so far. I'm hoping we can get a few more. Last year we only had 4. The truth is, most of our producers, that's a bit of hay and getting into harvest time, so it's a tough time being third weekend of August usually. But I met with the Ag Society about a month ago, and I tried to present at Open Farm Days as really the opportunity to show not tell, but show other Albertans that we're good stewards of our land, we are good stewards of our animals and our crops. The reality is, there's a lot of people in Edmonton and Calgary that might be making decisions on our behalf regarding agriculture without that much experience. There's a lot of people in Edmonton, Calgary, 3 generations removed from a farm, so they just don't have that experience. They don't even have a grandparent to go visit on a farm anymore. And there's a lot of first and second generation Canadians that have never had a rural Alberta experience in their background. And so Open Farm Days I view as the opportunity to show people, engage people, give them the experience of what farm life is. And you know, the really good ones talk about taking care of the land, taking care of their animals, how to be sustainable. And that's what people are looking for. That's what they're hoping to find out. You know, I grew up, I had to milk 2 cows morning and night. It was a chore. And yet the people that came to visit, that was something, they'd never milked a cow before, so they love sitting down and doing that. There's a lot of Albertans that just, they've never had any agriculture experience. And so this is a great way to start that education, that your eggs and milk don't just come from Sobeys, that they actually come from somewhere before they get there.
And Councillor Graham.
Mr. Pratt just basically said what I wanted to say. Very much better than I was going to say it, but I believe one of the biggest challenges to the agriculture industry is the ignorance towards the industry. So the more people we can get out and educate them with the facts, the better. And that will, like Mr. Pratt said, there's people in Edmonton and Calgary who have zero agricultural experience making decisions for agriculture. And who better to teach them than the people doing the work or the people at arm's length who actually know how it works and what happens. So all boats rise in a rising tide. I think this is wonderful, and I cannot wait to see where it goes. So thank you to you and everyone else who did all the hard work on this.
Thank you.
And back to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Could you talk a little more about the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance and their goals?
Sure. Central Alberta Tourism Alliance has been around for about 9 years. The goal of it's a group of, we started out with 12 municipalities. We're down to about 9 as a few, as the municipalities change their councils or change economic development officers, sometimes their goals, the participation changes. But the 9 municipalities participating are hoping to grow the business of tourism. So we're not trying to attract more people, we're trying to attract more investment. So most of our projects are very research related in things that businesses and investors want to know. So we have done our original project was a destination management plan. Big part of that was taking an inventory of all the different tourism assets that each stakeholder had. It's a massive large document. I've got available for you if you'd like to take a look. It's actually on the Visit Central Alberta website. We have our documents shared there as well. The one that we've probably benefited most from is we did a trails inventory and study 3-4 years ago. And actually the province of Alberta used that study to support why they should do the Rocky Mountain House to Nordegg Rail Trail, which we're very grateful to be able to provide that kind of information that could support some of those. It actually, that study actually very much favored Clearwater County over all the other municipalities, because trails, that's us, right? That's why people come out here so much. And it had some other recommendations around trail development on Crown land that I know the province is looking at and considering. So just off the top of my head, I mean, participants include County of Red Deer, City of Red Deer, Tourism Red Deer. We've had in the past Tourism Lacombe, they've dropped off, but the County of Lacombe has joined us for this project. Sylvan Lake, Innisfail, we used to have Mountain View County and Olds, but they've gone a different direction. And Town of Rocky and ourselves. And again, the projects aren't about bringing more people, it's about bringing more investment. the investment itself will bring more people and what's needed. We also did an accommodation study. It was fixed roof accommodation study, so it was around hotels and cabins, Airbnbs. We didn't do campgrounds in that study. In that study, Sylvan Lake has been able to use to try to attract more hotels to their area. For our area, it was difficult because honestly, our hotel accommodations don't view themselves in tourism for the most part. They view themselves as oil and gas accommodations, which is the reality for many of them. But it pointed out some of the areas that we could expand in, or there's opportunity for. A few more, and the agritourism study supported it as well. A few more people that would like to have some type of rental accommodations on their farm would be in demand. It's tough with the cyclical nature of oil and gas, because whenever oil and gas goes down, that's all of a sudden why tourism starts to go up. It seems to be that focus. We're lucky that we've got both going on at the same time, but it did show we probably could use more accommodations in general, some that are more tourism oriented than oil and gas oriented. So I hope that answered your question. Really, our goal is to grow the business of tourism, and our research and our projects are around trying to provide information to the investors and existing businesses on their opportunities that are here.
Is there an active process to get the research information out into the community to, get it to the attention of potential investors?
I've shared those studies with multiple investors. Nordegg, for example, the people looking the hotel there, they've received the accommodation study. There's been a few others as well. The trail study, boy, I've shared that with so many. It's something that the Nordegg Off-Road Cycling Association, they've had the trail study and they're using that. The in-town Rocky, the bike park group has used the trail study as well, because the trail study didn't cover just hiking trails, it covered OHVs and mountain biking and skidooing, all those as well. So we share the information out where we can. Again, we sort of keep it for public on Visit Central Alberta's website. There are massive documents, and we refer people regularly to it. So it's certainly not a secret.
Okay. I guess I'm looking at what might be an ideal situation where there are people developing those opportunities, but also where a family looking to not travel that far, but could pick a sort of from a menu of options for education or an experience where, they might learn about agricultural production, visit a greenhouse, have a beekeeping experience, and a couple of days later they're on a trail ride in the mountains, and being able to easily find these opportunities and organize their vacation around it. What sort of organization or what sort of process would we need to get to?
Well, the agritourism study recommended developing some itineraries on existing agritourism. So the fun with that is so many involved in agritourism don't actually have visits to their farm. They're producers, not recipients. They don't do the tours themselves. So we have to figure out what places would allow that. But that's one of the recommendations, is creating itineraries. And from a tourism point of view with David Thompson Country, is how do we make the agritourism itineraries work within our own? I know Explore Nordegg Group has created their own itineraries. Rocky Chamber is working on some within the Rocky region specifically. And we want to make sure as both of those are developed, that we try to include agritourism into it as well, because while it's a separate niche part of tourism, it still can work in. Somebody that comes to visit Rocky to go, whether it's the waterfall or a canoe trip, can also visit somebody on a farm. for example.
Does the study show any sort of annual revenue potential around agritourism?
To the operators,
Yes.
yeah, that's one of the goals, is to increase their individual revenue.
Yeah, just wondering what the target is, as, you know, should any investment go into promoting this further?
There will be some as the itineraries are developed. One of the biggest gaps that we found is just there's not that much existing product that is ready for tourism-specific visits at this time. Like in Clearwater County, honestly, Little Farm on Wall Street and High Country Berries, two of the participants in Open Farm Days this year, they have on-site visits, but we don't have other producers that do on-site visits on a regular basis as a part of their business. So there needs to be some development and support for operators who are looking at doing that. Like I said, that's why I'm hoping Open Farm Days, there's a few can take advantage of that to see if that could even work for them.
Okay, maybe I'm not doing this very well, but that's where I'm coming from, is how do we get to the next stages?
Well, like I said, we just received this report last month. Starting after summer, CATA will be sitting down to go through what it is we can do. We'll certainly be reaching out to those who were involved in providing input in the study on what they see as potential. And we'll figure it out from there. We're just at the beginning stage.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. This is an exciting opportunity.
Councillor Graham?
I was just gonna make a motion that council receives the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance report, Central Alberta Agritourism Development Strategy, March 30th, 2023, for information as presented.
Okay, thank you for that. Discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Pratt, for your presentation. We have great producers who produce great food. They also have a great story to tell. And I think there is a willing and able public out there that want to combine not only the tourism that our county offers, but also that taste of what Clearwater County can offer as well. So great efforts on bringing those people together, and look forward to continued success. That brings us very close to 11 o'clock. We have a 11 o'clock delegation. Why don't we take a short 5-minute break here, and we'll get set up for that. Maybe as a bit of housekeeping before we go into break, we will need a motion to accept an electronic delegation, if we could. I saw Councillor Ratcliffe's hand first. All those in favor then? Carried. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone. We continue through our agenda of today, and we are looking at the next agenda item, and that is agenda item 4.5, which is second and third reading of short-term rental bylaw. And we're joined today electronically by Liz Armitage, and Mr. Clark is going to introduce the item for us today. And sorry for clicking my pen.
Good morning, Council. Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Council reviewed and amended and approved. Council reviewed, amended, and provided first reading to the new short-term rental bylaw 1139/23 on February 28, 2023. Administration is providing Council with the revised draft bylaw. The amendments requested are shown in the track changes of the document. In recent years, short-term rental platforms such as Airbnb has become a major addition to the tourism sector in the region. This has allowed tourists to have a variety of experiences within the county, including access to areas previously visited and unvisited. Clearwater County currently does not have a short-term rental bylaw. Thus, this draft bylaw will allow for the creation of opportunities for visitors to stay for a short period within the county while mitigating negative impacts on the surrounding community. Attached for Council's consideration is a new short-term rental bylaw, which is intended to be put in place, license requirements, application forms, enforcement procedures, and penalties. Administration recommends Council to consider granting second and third reading to bylaw 1139/23. Before Council is also the track changes to the document and the document with accepted track changes. I'm requesting Council to have, if they have any comments.
I'm going to go to Councillor Swanson first.
I will respectfully recuse myself from this item as I do own, or I do have a potential for an Airbnb, and I will remove myself from the discussion.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Yes, a number of changes here, so any questions from council relating to those changes? And Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. 2.4, shall operating smoke alarms, carbon dioxide alarms, etc. How is that different than the provision discussing must adhere to all safety code regulations? Is that not already covered in safety codes and therefore not required to be discussed separately?
In regards to operating a business, there is no, for the safety side, when it comes to residential properties, yes, all persons should have smoke alarm and carbon monoxide detectors, but it's up to that resident if they choose to have it in their home or not, right? Or keep it functioning, keep it up to date, right? Because they do expire. No, with having this clause in the bylaw, they are required to ensure that it is up to date and it's not expired. Yes, there's also that safety side of it with meeting requirements, but we don't have a bylaw officer that would go in and necessarily inspect to verify that this would be, or a license officer that would verify that these codes are fully followed.
Follow up?
Yes.
If you would, yes.
We are licensed in Clearwater County under the fire safety codes designation,
Yes.
and they would be inspecting any property that requires inspection for safety code regulations for the change in occupancy from it being strictly residential to a short-term rental. No?
Yeah, so it's not changing it from a residential to a commercial. They'll still be underneath the residential guidelines for.
Even under the safety codes designation, they'll still be under the residential safety codes designation, even though
So-
they aren't the residents within the property? They don't have to follow?
So in respect to those guidelines, in speaking with emergency services, they said that they would not necessarily have the authority to go in, dependent on the situation, to inspect. Hence why I added that policy to ensure that if the opportunity does not give them the chance to go in to inspect it, they would have to meet that requirement of the bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think, if everyone can hear me, I would add that even if it's a duplication, it's a valuable duplication. As a reminder that these are things that are required. So I don't think there's any harm in having that second, hey, don't forget smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms within the units.
Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Does the county have any liability by allowing these short-term rentals to operate?
No, the county would not maintain any liability if the short-term rental operate, and that's the addition why we added that clause to ensure that they maintain insurance, valid insurance. There is bylaw. Give me a second, please.
Yeah. Well, I'm just wondering why we would go into that.
This is
area
to avoid.
otherwise.
This is also to ensure that there is no the county would not be faced with any liabilities in regard to they operating their business. Each operator should have a valid insurance in place for occupying, for having these residents or these visitors staying on their property, right? And aside from that, we would not also, if that policy was not in place, following guidance from legal, we would not be faced with any liability as well.
Okay.
If I can add, I think it's important to remember that no matter what, anybody can sue anybody for anything. So the intention behind this is to create a framework that shows that the county is doing their due diligence to require these places to be operated in a safe manner. And so it's not to say that if something goes wrong, the county might not be pulled into something we don't want to be, but that's the same for any business that exists. And so we are setting out rules that we believe are necessary to ensure the safety of users of the site. And we are looking at it through controlling the use of that space as we are tasked to do as a municipality.
Yes. Also to add, policy 2.12 is the policy in regards to ensuring that each operator should have a acceptable maintain liability insurance acceptable to the county.
Do we have people on staff who would do that?
Currently, at this point in time, no. Not to my knowledge. If there's currently any staff that would be able to review that.
We would be requiring statement from their insurance. I believe we require it annually that it be submitted. We're not in the insurance business, so we wouldn't be going through it line by line, I don't think. But we are requiring proof that they have the insurance.
If I had a hairdressing business in my home, would I have to do that as well?
Yes, I believe so. You would have to have some form of insurance. Not necessarily for the home, but for at least for the business.
And I would have to prove that to the county every year?
yes, it's a requirement of the bylaw that you provide us with proof of insurance.
Would it not be much the same as a licensing
Yes.
type thing where you, in order to get a valid license, you have to demonstrate that you have proof of insurance, or that you've met the standards that the licensing portion of this would entail? Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Councillor Ratcliffe, I don't know if this is exactly where you're going, but I'll do my best. Clearwater County does not issue business licenses. If we did, you would apply for that, but we do look after land use. So if you were operating something out of your home as a business, and it didn't fit within that zoning, that would be a development permit and go through that process. To operate that business, it would be your responsibility to ensure, opening up, say, your personal home to the public, you would want to protect yourself from liability and ensure you have the right insurance in place. That would not be a Clearwater County thing. That's a far different situation from when we hire equipment. When we hire equipment, we go through an entire process of insuring and getting copies of valid insurance, WCB, those type of things that are required to be a contractor. But operating out of your home is a different purview. Does that help?
All right, some of the feedback I've been getting, and there hasn't been time to get much, is that they find this intrusive. And that's the point I'm trying to make here, is that it seems a little overreach.
Mr. Emmons?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and that's why it's brought before council, respectfully, Councillor Ratcliffe. From an administrative perspective, and I believe council has received many phone calls from a different perspective, where the neighbors find the Airbnbs quite intrusive.
Yes.
Partying, no contact people, no way to get a hold of anybody when there are issues, because it's not their home, and it's a bit of a free-for-all. So this is an attempt at putting some parameters and rules in play to get some level of accountability for our residents. So respectfully, it is a draft, and if that's what you're hearing, Councillor Ratcliffe, it's here for discussion. But it definitely was brought forward from what I believe council's heard and administration from our residents.
And I heard that as well.
And I think I would also, if I may add, that this is new to Clearwater County, creating something like this. So what Adrian and I have been doing, and Adrian has been doing the bulk of the work, is looking at how other municipalities have been dealing with these. What we've come to see in Alberta is you either do a standalone bylaw or you do it as part of the land use bylaw. And then what we're finding is after a year or 2 or 3 or 5, municipalities are redoing it and trying the other way. And so we identified a separate individual bylaw, which is before you now, as what we think is going to be best based on our research and based on our understanding. What I would say is that in a year's time, we should probably be looking at, has this worked? What were the pitfalls? What can we do better? And looking to potentially tweak this so that we're implementing and learning from what we implement as we go through this. So I don't think that this is necessarily approve this bylaw, it's perfect for the rest of time. I think it's going to be, as with most new things, it might be a little bit bumpy to start with. And so I think that once we experiment with it and learn from utilizing it, we may have some changes that need to be made in a year or 2 or whatever that looks like.
Thank you for that, Liz. Would I be correct in assuming one of the components of this bylaw is to create a licensing requirement for these? I know there's some verbiage around that. Is that a correct assumption, Mr. Clark?
Yes, it is a correct assumption for us to basically have a license, and when each operator is approved for for a short-term rental license, the license would have to be displayed for members of the residents within the area to know that this person is operating and who to contact in case of an emergency. So that's part of the license requirement as well.
And as Mr. Emmons was saying, this is somewhat of a new process for us as Clearwater County. We haven't
Yes.
typically done those kind of permits or licenses in the past. Okay. Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Most of this, to me, feels safety, right? This isn't these people's homes. They are coming into somebody else's home and need to be aware of all the safety measures in place should something happen. Like, because in many cases, the homeowner actually isn't even there. So having it posted, you know, where your services are, how to get a hold of the owner, that they're up to date on all of their safety provisions, it seems pretty logical to me. I also have been told that this is intrusive, but at which point I told them you're letting strangers into your home. So yeah, it was just, that was my big thing with it. Would this make them eligible for the small business rate? Because we have a different tax rate for small businesses, correct? So if they get a license, this is them, you know, essentially proving that they are a small business owner. Would this make them eligible for that rate that we do in the tax rate?
Based on my discussion with assessment, at this point in time, no, it would not make them eligible for a small business. I can't fully comment on assessment's approach to it. Presently, the manager, Rob, is not here. So I could make notes and reach out to him in regards to that.
Because I truly think this is absolutely a small business.
Yeah.
They're selling these.
Yeah, and there might be, my understanding is that many of these would be considered residential properties to start with. They wouldn't be a business property. They would be a residential property, and I'm not knowing what those tax rates are. There may not be a benefit for them to switch from being a residential property to a business property and then getting a discount on small business. That may not be an incentive to bring forward and legalize what you're doing with your.
But that can be their option. An example, dog grooming property comes in and wants to ensure that they are up to date on all their stuff, then they're eligible for the small business tax incentive.
What I do know is that they do assess them under a commercial tax rate. So that's currently how they're being assessed. And as soon as a property is identified as a short-term rental, then a discussion with assessment and that property owner takes place. And it's at that time the rate would be switched over to commercial. But I can definitely reach out to assessment and get further comments in regards to if they qualify for a small business rate.
Yeah, because there would really be no incentive if they're gonna go from residential to commercial. That's a pretty big jump. So just a thought. I have a follow-up question with regards to directly.
Sure,
come back to me.
and then maybe if we would, let's try to open the floor up as much as possible. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Okay. One of the original concerns I heard from the residents was about animal control, about pets. So in section 3G, where it says provide documentation regarding the expectation of guests, can we include something in there about pets that the guests bring? Even if it's just a reference to the animal control bylaw?
I think that's a great point.
Okay. So that would just be a simple addition to that list of things then? Okay. Sorry, Deputy Reeve Lougheed, go ahead.
Thank you, Reeve. 2.7, recreational vehicles, tents, ancillary buildings cannot be used. There's a new, I think they're called yurts, sorry, but they're basically a tent used for rental and for like glamping and stuff like that, but they're really hard to put up and down, so they become more of a permanent structure, but they're essentially a tent. Would that make it so that they can't have that, because it says they cannot be used? And many ag properties use ancillary buildings as like cabins, etc. I know they're exempt if they're being used for the agricultural business and agricultural operations, but what if they're being used as agritourism, not as like a ranch hand, for lack of a better term?
There is a policy in regards to if they would fall underneath tourism, then they would be also exempted. There is a policy for. Give me a second. 2.6. Any property that, no, sorry, that's the wrong one. 2. 2.14, any bed and breakfast, boarding houses, or commercial tourism operation or the like would be, with a valid permit for this use, would be exempted from that bylaw. So if they are doing some form of ag tourism, then from they have a valid permit, they would be exempted from this bylaw.
Because it goes through their development permit.
Exactly.
At that point.
Yes, and the same for if they have yurts, it would generally fall under the RF district, and then they would be exempted from the bylaw, being that they will be under that particular district.
And have a development permit associated.
And they'll have a development, yes,
with that.
yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Would that then allow a tourism operator to contract with a number of Airbnbs so that they could provide tours and accommodation and thereby exempt them from this bylaw?
Well, if they are using an Airbnb, that Airbnb should have a valid license. There is also a clause in regards to if that tourist operation has, if that tourism operation has has Airbnbs under their organization name, then there is a clause that allows for organizations to own or to have Airbnbs. Then if that particular tourist operator has Airbnbs, then they would require to have a valid short-term rental license. But it will be under their their business operation name. So then they would have a license for that separate. So it would have to be two separate licenses. All right, let me rephrase it again. You have your tourism operation, they would have their own development permit for their business operations. Under this short-term rental bylaw, there is a clause that says if you have, if the owner of the property is a commercial entity, then that commercial entity is allowed to apply for a license. So if that commercial entity happens to be a tourist operation, they would still need to apply for that license.
Before they're exempt. Tourism operations exempt.
But they still need to own property.
Sorry, I don't get it, I'm sorry.
So each property owner is allowed for a short-term rental license. Yeah. Okay, good.
Ms. Gillum?
Yeah, maybe I'll just try to, so the commercial tourism operations, I think that's more like somebody who has a permit for an operation where they have like a number of cabins or something like that on their property, and then they rent them out, so they have a development permit for that. That's more what we're trying to address there versus like somebody who has a tourism operation business, but then they also use Airbnbs to bring people for that tourism operation business, because the Airbnb is still like a residential house or property that somebody's like, they may use themselves but also rent out as an Airbnb. So it's not the same as somebody having a bunch of guest cabins as their tourism business. Does that clarify what that like is saying?
I think so.
Hopefully that helped.
This is more of a small scale thing, like less, like I own a property and I go out there a few times a year. The rest of the year, I'd like to have somebody potentially in there. That applies to this. Not my full-time business is rentals.
Correct.
If my business is rentals, I need a development permit, I am then taxed commercially and et cetera.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the idea, yeah.
And I'll go to Councillor Ratcliffe.
I was wondering what the rationale is in prohibiting RVs, tents, a miner's tent, or a guest cabin to be used as a short-term rental.
Mr. Clark?
The rental, the structure should be a permanent structure, in the sense that you'll be able to monitor it and for safety reasons. A tent would not necessarily meet that safety requirement for a short-term rental, in the sense that you won't be able to fully have that structure be permanent. Sorry, I'm trying to fully form the words for my question.
Mr. Emmons maybe has a perspective to share.
If I may, I believe what Adrian's addressing is a temporary structure doesn't come with the safety code requirements. There's no carbon monoxide detectors, fire detectors. As a temporary structure, typically it doesn't even fall under any insurance policies. Therefore, it's not covered under a liability. So this would address permanent structures only and not encourage those temporary structures, I believe, for those reasons.
And I think if I can just share, in the past, I remember a certain development that was trying to move forward and doing essentially that, creating a bunch of permanent-ish type tent type things out there. And of course, they needed to ensure that the safety of their tenants was looked after, and they had to have some level of meet the safety codes and fire codes and building codes of the day. So I think that's probably something that's here. This came for first reading back in February. So in those 3 or more months since that time, has there been a large amount of feedback on this bylaw coming forward, or are we just where we're at today?
There have not been we have received some feedback, and since first reading and prior to first reading, we have received feedback in regards to the bylaw. Mostly, there is some feedback saying that it's too intrusive or overreach, more red tape. And I have received feedback in regards to saying that they're happy that the bylaw is coming forward, and made suggestions on what could be possibly looked at. And those suggestions were also looked at and in some form added to the bylaw. So yes, but it was not a lot of feedback that was received from the public.
Well, I just looking through the document, that there's quite a number of quite a bit of red highlighted moments there. So I appreciate the effort that's went into making this document fit those concerns and be able to find something that works for everybody. Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. For 6.2D, bona fide need was removed from the municipal development plan, so should it not then also be removed from this?
Bona fide need is a part of the land use bylaw. So until the
Okay.
land use bylaw is updated, we won't be able to technically remove
Okay, I
it.
thought that we had discussed it at the municipal development plan.
And in the municipal development plan, it was suggested that secondary residence, secondary suites be looked at
Instead of bona fide need.
instead of bona fide need, but until the land use bylaw is updated, it cannot be removed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and that does drive home the importance of diving into that land use bylaw and making sure there's good alignment between that and our other policy documents as well. Sorry, Councillor Cermak, I missed your light earlier on, and we'll put the laser dot on your forehead for a second.
Not a problem. At 2.7, I know that in our county, we have issued camping permits that allow tents to be rented out on a short-term basis.
But they're under
What-
the RF.
RF district, they would fall underneath the RF district. So that would be a completely different land use district that allow for.
And they
So-
have a development permit associated.
It's with that, yeah.
These are all properties that don't need the development permit.
Yes.
They use this instead of getting a development permit and stay residential zoning without a development permit. I think I've got my head around it.
It's way too confusing.
Well, and I think it's, you know, it's because our community does adapt with time, this has become much more common. It probably existed many years ago, but much more common now, and this is when we have the discussion around what's important to ensure that ultimately, hey, our goal is to provide for a safe community, and that's what we want people to have a good experience when they come to Clearwater County, and putting a few guidelines in place often is preemptive of having bad things happen, so.
Yeah,
That's the discussion today.
And if people don't wanna come in, get a short-term rental agreement and still have a rent out a bedroom, well,
enforcement.
how do we enforce that?
And that's like many of our bylaws that are in place, in existence, they work on the basis of there being a complaint or an issue, somebody willing to work towards a resolution of that issue, and then ultimately we have a bylaw in order to, then we get a great big burly guy that comes out there and knocks on their door and has a chat at some point in time, but that's
Certainly
not where we're at
creating
quite
a
yet.
lot more red tape, isn't it?
That's what we live on, is red tape, right?
Yeah.
In regards to your enforcement concern, we did pass the bylaw through legislative services, and so the CPOs had the chance to review it, and they'll be the ones who'll be further discussion will need to be have with them, but the approach is for them to be assisting with the enforcement side of it. So if we do see something that's not following the bylaw, then a ticket could be issued. Complaint, we have to receive a complaint first, and then tickets can be issued following the enforcement procedures.
And sorry, Councillor Cermak, I was being a bit of a smart aleck around the red tape thing, but really, truly, as council, we deal most often with policy and bylaw, those things that could be considered to be red tape. So it's really what I was trying to communicate there, is it's kind of, this is the responsibility of council to create and adjust those policies to match the needs of our community, as well as creating bylaws that support them. So, anyway, next slide, that's Mr. Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. As the Reeve has pointed out, there's a lot of red ink on this, and there hasn't been much time to get feedback from the community. But what I have gotten is that they do see issues with this policy, that this is a bad time. We're middle of June. It's a bad time for them in their season to be able to spend much time on this, much less follow it. So I want to make a motion that we table this until the end of the tour season, let's say October, and that we try and do some more public engagement. I don't know what's gone out publicly to this point.
Mr. Clark, and again, that is a motion forward to table this, the second and third readings, I guess, tabling at this time.
My understanding is that based on the type of bylaw, this is public hearing was not a major requirement for this bylaw. Hence why there was no public hearing prior to second and third reading.
Yes.
And that's exactly why I asked the question. If we've had a lot of feedback, I notice there's nobody in the gallery today to really to be part of the public of a public hearing.
And the bylaw has been publicly available since February 28th. And again, I did receive some feedback. From the public, so there are persons in the public sphere who has made their concerns to me, and some of their concerns were in some form added into the bylaw.
Yes. But this version of the bylaw has only been out for a few days?
Yes, the current version before you has been available for a few days.
And just so I understand the process, if we were to go to second and sequentially third reading today, this bylaw then becomes due in effect after that third reading. Would there be a grace period for, of course, obviously not everybody's going to be operating tomorrow with their licensing requirements. What is the time frame rollout that we start looking at enforcement of this bylaw, or just kind of understanding that process, getting the word out that there's new requirements or that licensing is an important part of the future? How do we do that?
In that approach, I am aware that assessment has a number of properties that are currently operating as Airbnb, and those properties would definitely be notified. And to my knowledge, assessment have been letting these properties be aware that a bylaw would be coming forward, and when the bylaw becomes approved, then they would need to meet the guidelines. But it is, if council wishes, there can be a grace period to allow persons to have time to fulfill the requirements of the bylaw. But effectively from this bylaw is passed, third reading, it would be, should be enforced.
And I'll go to Deputy Reeve Lougheed. Again, there is a motion before us to table, so we will go to that question very soon. So questions related to this and the process forward.
Thank you, Reeve. Much of this bylaw is honestly making sure that the public is just as safe as those that are commercial properties that would have had to have gotten development permits that would have put these provisions on them anyway. I don't see a reason to delay it. However, in respect to my colleague, considering his division has one of the highest numbers of these, I would be comfortable in tabling this until a later date, or until we put it directly into the land use bylaw. But this truly is an effort to keep those people safe, and these are all things that these short-term rental people should be doing anyway. you should have a sign where your exits are. You should have to ensure that you have smoke alarms and carbon monoxide alarms, and ensure that the dogs are following the bylaws, et cetera. These are all things that these short-term rental bylaws should be doing anyway, so.
Mr. Emmons, your perspective or your feedback?
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. And yes, understanding that Councillor Ratcliffe's division does have the most. Recognizing also there's already a motion made on the floor, but another option could be to have this bylaw have an effective date as well.
And Councillor Graham, your lights on?
Yes, I completely respect why Councillor Radcliffe has made this motion to table it, with his division being the division that it is, with most of the Airbnbs in it. My concern is the people who live beside the Airbnbs, and I would like to pass this for them. And it's definitely, you know, one of those situations that you're torn in, but I know that for me as a business owner, I have to jump through a lot of hoops, and I mean, to maintain my class 1, I have to get a medical. I don't know what's more intrusive than that. So it's, I completely respect where Councillor Radcliffe's coming from with his motion to table it, but I will be voting against it just because of the people living around these Airbnbs, so they can maintain their peace in their lives.
Thank you for that. I guess at this point, I'll tip my hat as well, as ultimately for me, the strongest responsibility I think I have is to provide for a safe community. Sometimes that requires having a few rules and giving the tools to administration to be able to create that environment that does provide for a safe community. So I do understand where you're coming with. This is a number, it's something new. But I think ultimately I would like to err on the side of safety and caution within the community and adjust this document as if we find difficulties as we move forward. And I would also be receptive of that concept of having a effective date on any of these policies we move forward. So it gives people perhaps that time to be able to adjust that this is coming down the road and allow them to maybe drive forward their feedback on the document as well. So I probably won't be supporting the motion to table. I believe we need to make a decision and move forward. Additional discussion on the motion before this, and that's a motion to table this. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Unless we begin enforcing this, I don't see that it can make much difference in providing that safety. So that's what makes it effective. And yeah, I think there's very little to lose by delaying this a few months and providing an opportunity for those people directly involved to have reasonable feedback on this latest version of the bylaw.
Additional comments, questions on that? I will call the motion next if there are no further comments. Okay, the motion is to table. All those in favor? And those opposed? That is, we're tied, are we? So that is a defeat. In an instance where we have 6 members, it is a defeat. So then we'd be looking for an additional motion coming out of the discussion we've had. If anybody be willing to make a motion relating to second reading, I guess it is. So, Councillor Graham?
I would make a motion that council grants second reading to bylaw 1139/23.
Thank you. Discussion on that motion. Seeing none, I call that question. All those in favor? And those opposed? That is carried. Okay, the suggestion then is that we can go to third reading. Would anybody be willing to make such a motion? Councillor Northcott.
I was just gonna, as Mr. Emmons had stated, would we be able to put an effective date on this bylaw to give that extension for the?
Well, sure, I think that's still an opportunity here. Mr. Emmons?
Yes, I stand corrected. I was clarified on procedural. We can do that with a policy, we cannot with a bylaw.
Oh. So the bylaw would come in effect immediately on third reading?
Correct.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Considering that, well, and the other reasons, I could not support moving to third reading at this time.
Okay. Councillor Northcott?
Can I make a motion to table third reading?
Okay, so we have a motion before us, discussion on that motion.
Until October, until that October.
Okay, that postponed till October. Okay, that's the motion before us, discussion on that motion. Councillor Graham?
For previously stated reasons, I'll be voting against this motion.
I'll probably still stay true with what I did on the first tabling motion as well, so. Additional comments, questions before we call that motion? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Again, just the comments I've received from the residents that it would be unfair at this time in their busiest part of their season to make them start tomorrow to be in compliance.
And Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you. As I stated earlier, I believe these are all things that are doable and they should actually be doing already. There are many safety concerns, but out of respect for my colleague and the people in his division, I would be in favor of tabling this as well.
Okay. Additional thoughts, comments before we call that question? Am I guessing what the result is going to be? All right, I call the question. All those in favor of tabling? And all those opposed? So that's defeated. That leaves us still with a question before us. Anybody willing to make a motion? Councillor Cermak.
Make a motion that we go into third reading of the bylaw of 1139-23.
Okay, thank you for that. Discussion relating to that motion. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just to be a little repetitious. Yes, it's obvious from the comments and discussion that this bylaw needs some work. And again, it's not fair to the operators to, put this into effect today at this time of their busiest seasons. So I will not be supporting third reading.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to my immediate right, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, and then to Councillor Northcott.
Thank you, Reeve. We are still doing this complaint-based, yes? So it would probably, and I'm speculating, be the operators that are potentially not as safe or as good stewards or as good neighbors as potentially others. Again, I'm speculating, but is that probably what we'd end up seeing?
Sorry, I just wanted to make one comment. Also, because assessment has caught a lot of like Airbnbs and people may not be aware that we implement this bylaw, if they have them indicated on their system, and we do that with other developments as well, where we send them out a letter and we don't require them to go through the process, but we're like, hey, FYI, we have determined or understand that you're operating Airbnb and we now have a bylaw in place that requires you to, go through the permit approval process. Here's the application if you would like to apply, and try to encourage people to do that. But we wouldn't go through the active enforcement thing unless we received a complaint, like all other things, would be my understanding. And then go through enforcement that way if they, if we get that complaint.
Thank you.
And Councillor Northcott.
Alrighty, no, this, to address, like, to really, for the permanent residents and to be able to, alleviate a lot of the nuisance factors for the permanent residents, you know, this bylaw does, it always seems like there's more rules, more bylaws, more policies, but it's kind of what happens when there's more development, that's what happens. But, to address, you know, some of the concerns for the permanent, long-term residents that do live there so that's, I'll support the bylaw, but, yeah.
Thank you. And I guess my comment would be that knowing how our bylaw enforcement system works, I truly believe the good operators will continue to be good operators, and the people that are slightly off path will hopefully be able to be addressed through a bylaw to encourage them to really be reflective of their community and the values they have. So I will be supporting third reading for those reasons. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, I will be supporting the third reading too, because I think the renters need to be in a safe situation. That's my idea, that I think they deserve to be safe where they're at. Okay.
Thank you. Any additional comments before I call the question? Councillor Ratcliffe, one last swing at it?
One last. Do we have any evidence that the existing operators are unsafe?
Currently, no, we don't have any evidence that existing operators are unsafe. Lots of the complaints that we do receive is regarding to noise, regarding to the amount of persons that are at each location. Maybe a few complaints there's been a few complaints around fireworks, but yes, those are in regards to safety of the residents or of the structure. No complaints on that in particular. Just those three are the main factors that I mentioned earlier where the complaints are based around.
Okay. Maybe I missed it, but does this document limit occupancy?
They would need to identify how many guests will be at each residence. So if you're operating, you need to say how many bedrooms would be used and how many guests are expected for each location.
And they would be limited to that number?
Yes.
Okay, what point is that?
Is there an application form, I believe?
On the application form, it identifies it,
The application form kind
yeah.
of indicates what you believe your typical operation would entail and what you're committing to, I think, is what I saw, or how I interpreted it. When I looked at the application form, I didn't feel it to be onerous. It should be something that's, you know, easily, it's just defining what you're doing there. Right. And, you know, I mean, hey, folks, we like to think that common sense is universal, but from time to time, somebody falls slightly off that narrow path of what we believe common sense would dictate, and we want to make sure there's a way that we can resolve issues to having a friendly, inviting community and the barriers that's created by somebody not really having the same sensibility about community as the other person. We just, unfortunately, that requires rules.
Another concern I got from the community, sorry for not mentioning it earlier, was the density of Airbnbs. Like, are we going to have, allow, you know, a subdivision to be largely Airbnbs?
And go ahead, please, Mr. Clark.
Based on my research, there has been a few municipalities, how they control the density is directly through the land use bylaw. So they have specific districts identified as where you would be only allowed to have Airbnbs. That's how they control density of Airbnbs, and within the land use bylaw, they have it stated as no more than, say, 5 Airbnb in this district. That's how a few municipalities have controlled the density, but majority of municipalities in my research, they do not have anything in regards to the density of Airbnbs in a particular area or throughout their municipality. Hopefully that was able to answer your question.
And I think for me, as Liz mentioned earlier on, this is a living document. It's going to need to be adjusted from time to time to match the sensibilities of the community as we move forward. So I'm encouraged that it has that flexibility that we can review this and make sure it does work. But I feel we need, rather than it being wide open with no rule book, I think we need to have some broad guidelines of what the community sensibility is. And I think that's probably best served by this bylaw at this moment. Additional questions before I call the motion before us? Okay, all those in favor of third reading? And those opposed? That is carried. All right, that takes us to noon. I think it's an appropriate time for us to break. We shall be back here at 12:45. Well, welcome back, everyone. After our recess, we move forward through our agenda of the day, and that brings us down to items 4.6, which relate to the Condor and Leslieville area structure plans. I believe we have an electronic attendance to this portion of the day. So I will look for a motion to accept electronic attendance. Councillor Ratcliffe, thank you. Any discussion on that motion as well? Okay, I will call that. All in favor? And that is carried. And since these actually the next three items, from time to time there is an item that in the best interests of my community and the best interests of my family and livelihood, they don't necessarily align, so I shall be recusing myself from these items, and I shall turn it over to the apt Deputy Reeve, Jenny Milhoff. So I bid you adieu for a little while.
Well, thank you. We'll miss you. Do we have presenters on the line, or is planning presenting?
I'll be presenting. I just,
Okay.
I asked Fabio to join in for the first reading of the two items, just in case, because they've been heavily involved in like creating the area structure plans. I've asked him to join just in case you have specific questions that I might not be able to immediately answer regarding those. But I think we could probably proceed with the what we heard report portion, and then kind of go from there. And then by 1 o'clock, hopefully he'll have connected, and then we'll move on. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Then I will pass the floor right over to you.
Okay. Okay, so this is for the Condor and Leslieville area structure plans. So during the Condor and Leslieville area structure plan process, staff along with InvizTech Consulting held 2 open houses. An open house was held for each hamlet, March 29th, 2023 for Condor and March 30th, 2023 for Leslieville. The goal of the open houses was to present the draft ASP documents and land use concept maps and get feedback from the community on these draft documents. The draft documents were created based on the kickoff meetings, surveys, and background reports and information that started in November of 2022. Based on the feedback collected throughout the second phase of the public engagement process, InvizTech Consulting prepared the What We Heard reports for Condor and Leslieville, which we have attached to this item. The feedback in the What We Heard reports was heard in person during the open houses, as well as from responses received on surveys submitted after the events. The What We Heard reports were posted on Clearwater County's website for the ASP project, which I have linked here, in early May for the public to review. Staff is asking that council accept the What We Heard reports for both Condor and Leslieville for information.
Oh, thank you. Does anybody have any questions regarding either of those items? Seeing none, then I'll be looking for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Graham, any questions or comments on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, I'll call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. 4.7.
Okay.
That looks like we're going into first reading for bylaw 1149/23.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. And are we back over to you? All right.
Thank you. Okay, so in 2010, a policy was added to the municipal development plan, policy 7.2.5, which states Clearwater County shall adopt an area structure plan or outline plan for each growth hamlet and may adopt an area structure plan or outline plan for other hamlets to guide community development within the hamlet and around the hamlet. On May 9th, 2023, council adopted a new MDP wherein this policy was carried over and became policy 9.2.5. In the 2022 budget, the funds to move forward with the creation of the area structure plans for Condor and Leslieville were approved. In September of 2022, staff put out a request for proposal for the creation of an area structure plan for the hamlet of Condor and the hamlet of Leslieville. The proposal closed in October and InvizTech Consulting was selected. In November, staff and the consultants held kickoff events in each hamlet to gain an understanding of how the communities would like to see growth occur within the hamlets. A background research report was prepared, as well as what we heard reports from the kickoff events, and then a visioning survey was sent out for each hamlet. In December, council approved a terms of reference for a steering committee for the project, and in January, members were appointed to the committee by council. Draft land use concept maps were created and presented to the committee for discussion. Based on feedback from the committee, Envistec Consulting updated the land use concept maps and created the draft ASP documents to present to the public for feedback. In March, open houses were held in both hamlets, as mentioned in my previous item. Feedback was received during these open house events, and Envistec Consulting created the What We Heard reports for both hamlets, which have just been provided to you. Based on the feedback received, changes were made to the draft maps and documents. These changes were presented to the steering committee for additional review. Administration is now bringing forward the draft area structure plan for Condor for council's review and consideration of first reading of Bylaw 1149-23. And the bylaw with the area structure plan document is attached to this item. And yeah, the bylaw includes the quarter sections of land that that the area structure plan applies to.
Excellent, thank you. Is there anything specific you wanted to highlight in the very large area structure plans document?
I can briefly go through the document. I'm just, let's see here. So when you go through the document, obviously there, oh gosh, the table comments is really large. There is a lot of the introduction and then the context for the creation of the area structure plan, what gives us the authority to create the area structure plan, details on location, the process that we went through, current ownership of properties, community profile. So we use statistics from the background information we found to create that. With Condor, it's a bit tricky because the statistics are kind of really apply to Clearwater County because there isn't specific data for Condor from Statistics Canada. So they just kind of use the overall data from Clearwater County to assume based on the number of residences. We have a map for existing land use districts, so what consists there now. The topography. So there's a lot of mapping in the document just kind of showing the lay of the land. Existing municipal infrastructure, existing oil and gas infrastructure, development setbacks and restrictions with oil and gas and the septic for Condor. Existing transportation network, proposed transportation network. So in that case, we have indicated based on what the province has given us for information about how the highway will be twinned. Highway 11 will be twinned and how that'll affect the south portion of the of Condor, and then it's within the area structure plan. So we've put information on there based on what we have from the province included in this plan. So it was considered with that development. Their existing site features and considerations, and then of course we've included pictures of those existing services in the document. And we went over we have a summary in there of the public communication and consultation events and some of the information that we heard. And we've included pictures and things from those events. And then 3, we get to the development concept. So the vision statement for Condor, which is Condor is a welcoming and safe community that provides an affordable rural lifestyle to its residents, builds upon its strong local values, and provides sustainable future growth opportunities that leads to newfound opportunities. And then we have some things lower down in there: discover, dream, design, and destiny for what the community wanted to see in Condor. So following that, we have the future land use concept map. So this is the map that we have created based on the existing land uses, but also based on the community consultation, what type of growth the community wants to see and where they want to see that development regarding residential, recreation, institutional, and commercial developments. So that's on page
33.
Yeah. looks like I have to scroll down enough to 33. So these land use concept maps during the open house events, these are the ones that we kind of started basing some of our discussions on. So we would print big,
There it was.
yeah, back up a little bit, I think. Yeah, yes, this one. So we had big maps, and these are the ones that we kind of initially created a bit of a map and took to the steering committee, and we're like, how do you feel about this? And so there's discussions about where it would be best to put that residential and commercial development based on the existing uses and how the community is used. So in this case, we've placed Hamlet Recreation across from the school. So we felt like if there was further development there, you could put fields and stuff there, and it's in close proximity to the school, and hopefully enough area there to allow for sufficient parking and things like that. And then the residential we have put behind the existing residential where the roads could be extended where they currently are, and add additional subdivision should a developer or a landowner want to proceed with something like that in the future. And then the highway commercial, of course, would be in proximity to the highways, Highway 11 there, and that will be affected, of course, once they twin the highway and then where that's located. So that might take away some of that commercial area, but and then the access, how that access will change as well. And then I'm trying to think what else was there. And the Hamlet commercial, I believe they changed that from the original one a little bit too, which is some of the area that is located to the west of there's an institutional lot there, which is the old fire hall in Condor that the county still owns, and that land to the west there, it could be possible, some additional commercial things to kind of connect to that. So this is the map of what, if somebody was to come in, they look at this and be like, okay, if I'm interested in adding some residential to Condor, where do they want to see that development? So this kind of gives them a clear view of where the community thinks it's best that those developments go. And then following that, we have.
Sorry, I did have a couple of questions with regards to this.
Sure, I
if
can
I
try to
may.
answer those, yeah, and then hopefully, looks like he's trying to.
Okay. When you're doing the development in those brown areas, with development comes municipal reserve. So is there availability then for more green and open space, depending on the developer or the type of development, residential space that's going in those areas?
Yeah, so there's always availability, or that's a requirement of the MGA to have that. So in that case, they would maybe try to put a park or something in there if it was appropriate in that location, or we may take money in lieu and then hopefully maybe further develop like that recreational space for the community and put it in a place that we feel that it is best for that to have a variety of recreational and municipal uses. So it would kind of depend on, I guess, the developer coming forward and what they were proposing at the time, if they were going to propose to have a lot in there or if they were wanting to pay that reserves. And that would be discussion with council at the time, depending on the proposal, about what they would maybe want to see as well, and who the landowners are, and if we can use that money right away or would have to wait till something became available. But yeah, they're required to provide the reserves, whether that be in land or money, and it's kind of dependent on what the landowner is proposing, but also what the county feels is going to work for the community and how we want to collect it.
Excellent, thank you. My other question was regards to the water wells. You have them located on the map here, but Condor isn't municipally serviced, am I right, or for water?
They have wells for water.
They only operate on those 3 wells just outside of the Condor?
No, those are oil and gas wells, I think is what you're looking at.
Okay, sorry, then I'm mixing up the water well.
Which page were you?
So each property has their own water well within?
They would. Some of them, I think there was a few that had some shared. They were like kind of on the property boundaries and then they kind of share a well, but they would have their own. The well location is like oil and gas wells, not water wells.
Oh, okay. Perfect, thank you.
Sorry, and that's something I suppose we could clarify, prior to second and third reading, if it wasn't clear on the map, we could say that it's not water well, but an oil and gas facility.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Are we joined by our consultant now? No, okay, that's fine. That's fine, sorry, then continue.
Sorry, one sec, I'm just gonna make a note, just something for us to consider on that map. It said he was trying to join through Teams. Did it have a Teams link or something? Oh, it came up on my Teams. So I don't know if he tried to join through the wrong thing. Sorry.
No problem.
The technical.
Technology can always, is often complicating.
Okay, I'll just go back down here and continue moving through. So after the land use concept map, we have the hamlet and surrounding area land use statistics. So again, this is the statistics for, this is for what's existing there for roads, hamlet, commercial, institutional, parks, and open space. And then they do a percentage of that to how we add or where we add the portion of the ASP area that they might add to the town based on or the hamlet based on what's existing there. Fabio would probably be able to speak to this a little bit better. So if he's able to join, we can maybe jump back to the stats side of things. And then once we get to 3.4, we move into the policies. So general policies for the plan, some of the requirements we have in there, but are actually requirements of, say, Alberta Transportation. They're like, all development within 300 meters of the highway must be referred to them. So that's a requirement, but we've carried it over to this plan. Things like that, and then subdivision and development policies following that, the future applications of subdivision development within the plan area shall conform with the vision of the plan. So this is where we kind of get into the meat of saying, we've created this map, future subdivision development should conform to this plan in that map. And then existing hamlet residential policy, so how, this is just saying that, you know, what's existing in the hamlet and how we would proceed with residential development in the area. And then we go to hamlet commercial. So that simply things like hamlet commercial development shall not negatively impact surrounding land uses. So that's why we've tried to put them in places where other commercial development is, and then I guess it would depend on the type of development they were proposing if it was in the appropriate location and to be aesthetically pleasing. And then the commercial policies, because of course we have the commercial section, highway commercial, and how we'd want to see that development progress. And again, the future of Highway 11 will affect how that development would proceed. Institutional policies is things such as the school and Clearwater County's properties related to the fire halls and how we would manage those properties in the future. We get to parks and open space policies. So in here they indicate a proposed trail network possibly to allow for possible walking spaces or things of that nature within the hamlet, and they have we've put this proposed because the county still owns that railway area, so that might be a good place for us to develop to create green space for the community within land that we already own.
I love that idea, by the way.
Yeah, it was something like the community, we kind of had some ideas, but the community wanted, that was one thing we found in the kickoff events and things like that. They expressed areas where they wanted to kind of, you know, have places to walk in green space, and it's one thing that's a possibility moving forward. Hamlet recreation policies. So again, like supporting hamlet recreation within the hamlet and having that area designated. And like I said, I guess we chose to put it across from the school with the input from the community, feeling that, you know, they've already kind of got the park space and stuff there. And so it made sense to kind of carry it over opposite of that and having them in close proximity to each other. And then reserve land policy, so that is basically everything else outside of the land that we had colored, that's the gray areas from that land use concept map. So again, we've only proposed a portion of the development to what that's going to be, and then the rest is considered reserve land because of like the capacity and growth of the likely growth of the community. There's no point in us over designating things when we don't have any growth right now or minimal growth, so they would grow within those areas. And then if we had a lot of growth, then you may revisit this plan and turn some of that reserve area into land uses again, depending on how the community is growing. So, and this, it's basically stays as is and would remain ag land. And then, of course, there's the engineering. So this is the background that they did, where they used some information from a lot of our county documents for ground conditions, sanitary systems, stormwater, things like that. So it's just the engineering side of things that they used or pulled from the background information. And then implementation is just clarification of how the policy is used and clarification of words such as may, should, shall, and will, and how we look at those policies dependent on those words and how we proceed with approvals for future developments. And I think, yeah, that is it. So that's a general kind of outline of the structure of the document and some of the policies included within. If you had any specific questions about some of the policies or information, I can try to answer that. And if not, then hopefully we can get some information from Fabio.
Perfect. Thank you. Looks like we have a question from Division 2.
Not a question, I was gonna make a motion, but it was the open house went over, the first open house in Condor did not go over well, and then the second open house went very well. They seemed happy with the document. So I'd like to make a motion that council considers granting first reading to bylaw 1149/23 for the adoption of an area structure plan for the hamlet of Condor.
Thank you for that motion. Division 5, Councillor Radcliffe.
Just looking at the reserve or future development there, will there be any impact on the assessment of that landowner? Okay.
No. Yeah, so the land use concept map and the future development of that land is just where the community wants to see that growth if growth occurs. But it doesn't affect the current zoning or use of the land. So as long as it remains agriculturally and operates as that and isn't developed, then it would keep that zoning and continue as is until it's further developed. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question on my own actually with regards to area structure plans in general. Is when you're building these, is there a trigger at which servicing needs to happen? Like, do you guys discuss that when you're building area structure plans that, oh, now water needs to be implemented or a greater sewer network or anything like that?
I believe some of that might be addressed in the engineering, but let me just double check. Because it addresses the existing system for like sanitary.
Yes.
Like I believe they say like, you know, after a certain amount of development, we may need to reassess the existing like, you know, septic system, and it may need more upgrades than what it currently has to be able to accommodate future growth. It said, you know, the existing system should be adequately service immediate growth plans, but, you know, down the road, we would likely have to upgrade that system. And then, yeah, and then again, like the continued use of private water wells would be suitable for some forms of future development. However, if there were more intensive uses desired in the future, municipal water infrastructure would likely need to be considered. So it just kind of depends on the extent of, you know, when somebody brings in development, what that looks like. So if they're wanting to double the amount of residential lots in Nordegg, say, and build up the whole thing, then we would be like, okay, well, is it really realistic to have that many water wells in that area, or would it be better to have them implement some sort of water system? And then do we consider doing it for just the future development, or would it be to the county's benefit to, you know, kind of help assist possibly in the existing development? That would be a discussion that would be had at the time of somebody proposing to do the development and the extent of that development.
Perfect. Thank you. We do have a motion on the floor. Is there any questions or more comments regarding that motion? Councillor Surbeck?
I don't know if it's a question according to this, but is there any land available right now for people to buy in Condor? Is there lots available?
I don't believe there is anything available residentially to purchase at this time, but I'm not sure, like, there's, it's possible that somebody would be selling, like, their existing residence, but we would have to check MLS or something for that, but there isn't any available open land that I'm aware of. Do you know of any?
Ms. Ramons?
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. At this time, I'm aware there is one lot for sale in Condor. There's none by Clearwater County. We aren't developing in that area. The area structure plan is to promote potential. So if anybody is interested in developing and how that future growth would happen. But at this time, there is only that one lot.
And so if the plan says that, yes, there's a developer, then we have to appropriate land or buy land or what do you do to get land? If the owners of the land now don't want to sell it?
Okay, looks like Mr. Evans is wanting to take that.
Absolutely, if I may. So Councillor Cermak, this is a document on what Condor would look like should somebody wish to. So it's a guiding document. It's not about forcing development. It's about encouraging planned development. So if you happen to be a landowner within the proximity adjacent the current boundary of Condor, what would be the compatible land uses? Would it be highway commercial? Would it be residential? Would it be a light industrial? It's to guide planned growth, should somebody wish to develop. If I may, in my time here, we had a commercial development that was very interested in coming into Condor and wanted to relocate their business into Clearwater County outside of Condor. And without the area structure plan, there was no guiding tool there, so it actually fell on the developer that he needed to go through this process and complete an area structure plan before he could build. So this is really in preparation for development.
Okay, clears that up, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. We do have a motion on the floor, so if is there any other questions or comments on that motion? No. Seeing none, I will call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. 4.8. We're moving to the bylaw 1150/23 for the Leslieville area structure plans. And looks like we have Fabio on the line now. Capola, did I? No?
Good afternoon, yeah, I'm here.
Excellent, thank you for joining us today. Perhaps a quick round of introductions so that you are aware of who's around the table, and I will start with Division 2.
Hello, Fabio. Sydney Graham. I feel like you know me by now.
Yeah.
Hello there, Jordan Northcutt, Division 4 Councillor.
Again, welcome Jenny Melhoff, a Division 1 Councillor and Deputy Reeve.
Good afternoon, Fabio. Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
Greetings, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Division 7.
Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Hi, Fabio. Kim Gillum.
Good afternoon, Fabio. Rick Emmons, CAO.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you. Sorry about the late arrival. I caught the end of the Condor bit there, but yeah, here now if there's any questions or anything. Thanks.
I think we're moving into Leslieville now, and are we passing it back to Ms. Gillum for presentation on Leslieville? Excellent.
Okay, so I'm not, if it's okay with council, I'm not gonna read through this because it says exactly the same thing as the previous one, other than this is for Leslieville, and we are bringing forward this draft area structure plan for Leslieville for council's review and consideration of first reading of bylaw 1150/23. So just for clarification, we did these documents together concurrently, and we held the meetings back to back, and our steering committee was a combination of people from both communities looking at these documents, so they were really done together, and so we're bringing them forward together as well, and they are very similar in a lot of ways, other than the communities are also very different, and so that is reflected in the background information and the servicing and mapping and things like that.
Excellent, thank you. Does anybody have any questions directly for the Leslieville area structure plans? Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring up that there was a lot of concern at the meeting about the area of land north of 598, and I guess it would be west of 761? Yes, 761. I always get that one and the Diamond Valley mixed up. There's a lot of concern about that part of the land having a designation on it. Has been removed, just for council to know, for anyone who may be listening to know. So there's no designation there or anything. So just to alleviate any concern surrounding that.
Excellent, thank you. One of my questions actually surrounded the area south of the school, and south of our lagoon site. Why doesn't that, it's an already developed area, why doesn't that get included in the area structure plan as a commercial or industrial space, since it is a industrial use area?
I might be able to speak to that a little bit. It's not zoned for industrial. It's got an agricultural zoning. We could have possibly put it there, but because there's a use there, we were trying to find spaces that would be appropriate to put future and new growth. So that's why we kind of put some commercial development to the north of the new county fire hall. And then we don't have much we don't really have any sort of industrial development within the hamlet proposed there. It wasn't, I guess that wasn't the desire of the community or things that were brought up based on the current uses. We were looking more at commercial type uses.
No, and I recognize that, thank you. I'm concerned just because there's already that use there. It's currently non-compliant with the land use bylaw. Would that not be an opportunity to potentially bring that property into compliance, considering a wrecking yard is not necessarily an ag discretionary use, unless I have read the land use bylaw inaccurately?
No, yeah, it wouldn't be, we just left it in the reserve, so it doesn't have a plan at this point. And I mean, I suppose we could have possibly put it in there as something in industrial for the future, and then that would encourage them to, if they came in for a land use amendment, and it would meet the plan. But right now it's just part of that reserve land and there's no plan for it all. I don't know that it came up in the discussions, and Fabio might remember if the community desired for that use to remain there or not. It's just currently there. So, Fabio, do you have any input on that?
I'm just, sorry, just for the context of the geography, where are we talking about here, sorry?
South of, southeast area underneath the school and rec area, and kind of southwest of our lagoon site.
Oh, yes, okay. Yeah, no, it wasn't ever broached or like brought forward in terms of like any sort of desired use for that area. It looks, based off of just the site kind of reconnaissance that we did of the hamlets and the areas, it looks fairly encumbered, and I think that's also demonstrated within some of the opportunities and constraints map, or I forget what figure it is within the ASP, but the reason we kind of kept it as reserve is because it does actually like allow for something in the future to be contemplated, just so it's kind of more open-ended, like kind of Kim was saying, if an application for development was to come forward for a different use than what it currently is, even though it's non-conforming, it could be contemplated by the development officer, depending upon its appropriateness of the application. So, and like kind of Kim said, some like a form of heavy industrial or even light industrial in this area doesn't entirely mesh with the fabric of the existing community, and so that coupled with kind of no real feedback or direction from the steering committee or through our engagement process, we kind of just left it as reserved to keep it more open-ended in that sense in the future to see how development in this area progresses.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Fabio, could you maybe refer to page 34 of the document, or it's page 32, and the hamlet and surrounding area land use statistics? Can you just give a brief overview of what that's all about, please?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm not sure the acronyms, that's why.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, so what we did here was we separated out the hamlet, so that the hamlet boundary, like the proper boundary, we separated those land use statistics out from the surrounding area, just so it's easier to understand it or interpret in terms of areas and use percentages from net residential and from non-residential. So that's just the only difference that we did there. We just kind of broke it out so it's a little bit easier to interpret for future readers or users.
Thank you. Anybody have any other questions, comments? If not, I'll be looking for a motion. Councillor Grant?
I would like to make a motion that council grants first reading to bylaw 1150/23 for the adoption of an area structure plan for the hamlet of Leslieville.
Excellent, thank you for that motion. Any other questions, comments, concerns, the motion on the floor? I think it'll be a great opportunity to have public, because we proceed to a public hearing for both these bylaws after this. So I think that'll be a great opportunity for us to hear from the public and what they think. So I will be supporting that motion today, just as I did the Condor. And if there is no other questions or comments on the motion, I will call that question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you for joining us, Fabio. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks a lot, council, and have a great rest of your day and week.
Thank you, and we will wait just a couple of minutes for Reeve to join us back before proceeding into 5.1 into corporate services. No, it's exciting things, exciting things. Planning department has been very busy. He is still in the building, right? He didn't just leave? Welcome back, Reeve. And we are moving on to corporate services 5.1, and I will pass the helm back to yourself.
Thank you. I'm still working on the time delay here. So yes, 5.1, corporate services, this is.
Your mic's not on, my friend.
Oh, is now. 5.1, it's a notice of motion, clean energy improvement program. I think I had it postmarked in here, but I know it was a notice of motion brought forward by Councillor Ratcliffe, and I think maybe I shall turn it across to Mr. Hagan to introduce the item.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. Good afternoon, council. Indeed, you're correct. It was a notice of motion brought forward by Councillor Ratcliffe at the February 14th, 2023 regular meeting of council. And the notice of motion read as follows. Be it resolved that administration be requested to investigate the costs and benefits to the taxpayers to implement a bylaw to put a clean energy improvement program, otherwise abbreviated as a CEIP, in place in Clearwater County. The investigation should include conversations with other municipalities that have been running this program for a few years. The hope is that this program would be available for this construction season. Within the agenda item, did a bit of research just to provide council with a bit of background on the program. It is currently administered by Alberta Municipal Services Corporation, which is a subsidiary of Alberta municipalities and of which Clearwater County is a member. Previously, it was administered by other organizations within the Alberta government. The CEIP offers residential and or commercial property owners opportunity to finance renewable energy upgrades, improve energy efficiency with repayments added to the property tax bills. This form of financing is also known as Property Assessed Clean Energy, or PACE or PACE. It has been offered by various municipalities across Canada. Prior to implementing a clean energy improvement program, participating municipality must first pass a bylaw as per section 390.3 of the MGA, and a public hearing would be required prior to second reading of such a bylaw.
Questions, comments? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I borrowed some information from the town that runs this program. And I'm just going to read a part of it. Alberta households spend an average of $5,000 a year in energy costs, and that there's a lot of money to be saved by sealing leaky windows or replacing windows, insulating attics, replacing inefficient furnaces, or potentially generating some of your own power. And so this program allows people to make larger investments in their property, that instead of saving up and doing a couple of windows at a time, they could improve the insulation of their house, and along with that, upgrade the windows as well. So if you have a home built from the 70s or 80s that has 2x4 walls, it could make a significant improvement in the comfort and costs of living here. So it is a loan that is attached to the property instead of attached to the person. So I think it will benefit some members of the community. And yeah, I think we need more information to go along with that as the who carries the financial responsibility.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve. So just clarifying, this motion is to get that extra information so that we can make an educated decision, because it is my understanding that the town does utilize this, and there's many municipalities throughout the province that are a part of this program. We, at the Ag Conference, had several vendors there that are very in favor of this program as well. I mean, obviously, they're also salespeople, so no, grain of salt. But I think that we definitely need way more information before we can make an educated decision. So I would be in favor of that information finding activity.
Okay, thank you. Additional comments? I know it does reference section 390.3 of the MGA. What exactly does that section deal with, if you could remind me?
Yes, Reeve, it's essentially a section specific to the Clean Energy Improvement Program, and specifies that the bylaw is required, and then a public hearing would be required as well. It's not a very lengthy section, but it is very specific.
Thank you. And my understanding of this is essentially it's a financing option for people within the community to upgrade their energy efficiency.
Correct.
Okay. Yep. Well, for me, I guess having additional information to see if it's a good fit with the community, and then of course going through the process would allow the community some level of feedback as well. I guess I would be in favor of moving forward with gathering more data to base a decision on. Councillor Northcott.
I don't know if you have this information available, but if residents were to go ahead, like if this was implemented and residents wanted to utilize this program, is there a term length, like for a time frame to be able to repay, for the upgrades to their home? Mr. Hagan?
Yes, I would anticipate that'd be part of the information that the administration would be coming back for council's consideration.
Okay, and then just one other question. Would it be a benefit by the municipality adopting this to offer discounts to residents? So if somebody wanted to get new windows or furnace or something like that, would it be a discount from the manufacturer of those, like windows or furnaces or stuff like that, for the residents to have a benefit of a discount, or is it still just at market price?
I would have to include that in the research, Councillor Northcott, but I don't believe any of the documentation that I've seen so far refers to the municipality offering any sort of a discount. It might be up to the vendors if they want to extend such a discount to people.
Thank you. That was my question, is if the municipality would receive a discount and then be able to pass that discount on to the residents.
Yeah, and I would doubt that it would flow through the municipality like that. I think it's more that the municipality is a partner in the financing role. I would think that the property owner would still buy the goods directly from the vendor, and the municipality is involved with the Municipal Services Corporation to have the amount of the financing added to the property tax bill.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Just to partially answer Councillor Northcott's question, some of the municipalities do offer a rebate, but not all. So that again would be part of the whole package for a decision.
Deputy Reeve Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve. That's a super interesting concept though, right? Especially since one of the best ways, in my opinion, to save farmland from, say, solar installations would be to encourage them to go on the roofs of properties, et cetera. So that's an interesting concept to look at it from that perspective. If the municipality can do something in more of a bulk fashion, can it be that much more beneficial to the landowner doing it that way? And then it encourages the protection of agricultural land from these massive solar installations as well, because solar is included in this. That's why I use that as an example, but I like that angle too. Sorry.
Thank you. I guess I would share that it's some of those ones that I've looked at too, where a municipality has a rebate or something like that. Sometimes it's meant to ease the load on infrastructure such as water and wastewater, in that, you get a low flush toilet. It requires less use of water, and that extends that system out. So there'd be a cost benefit ratio to creating a rebate to encourage people to replace an inefficient toilet or something like that too. Any additional thoughts, questions, motions on this? Kate? Oh, sorry, I guess I'm...
No, you have to make your motion again. You did a notice of motion.
Yeah, I know there was a notice of motion. I must have missed the motion to actually direct administration to gather that extra information that we would need to make a decision on a program.
I would like to make that motion again then, that administration be requested to investigate the costs and benefits to the taxpayers to implement a bylaw to put a clean energy improvement program in place in Clearwater County. And of course, that investigation should include feedback from other municipalities that have implemented this program.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions around that motion? Councillor Graham?
Not a question, but more of a statement, I guess. It's something that I appreciate about council is the different perspectives that everyone brings forward, and I really appreciate Councillor Radcliffe for having a different perspective on things and bringing this idea forward. For me, it's just not a service level that I envision for the county, so I will respectfully be voting against this motion.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional comments before we call the question before us? All right, all those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, thank you, that is carried. It takes us down the list to item 6.1. This is Emergency and Legislative Services. And this is the Regional Emergency Management Plan or plans. And I shall turn the floor across to Ms. Haggard.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, and good afternoon, members of council. You will be very familiar with this document because at the April 17th Regional Emergency Management Advisory Committee, which is made up of a committee of the whole of Clearwater County Council, as well as our partners in our Regional Emergency Management Program, which is the Village of Caroline, as well as the Summer Village of Burnstick Lake, attended and participated in a review of this Regional Emergency Management Plan and also the associated Regional Emergency Social Services Plan. Both of them are dated April 2023, which is around the time of that meeting. And before council are the recommended plans that were endorsed by each of the municipalities attending that advisory committee meeting and their membership to be endorsed at this level. That's kind of the formal process that checks the box for us in terms of legislation that Clearwater County Council would review that plan as part of the emergency management program and endorse or adopt any updated plans. At the same time as the advisory committee meeting that I mentioned in April, the committee also reviewed the hazard and risk assessments for Clearwater County, the Village of Caroline and the Summer Village of Burnstick Lake, and as well the annual community emergency management program review that's conducted by Alberta Emergency Management Agency. And in accordance with the county's emergency management bylaw and ministerial order, that's what establishes that regional emergency management advisory committee and the structure that we have, which is fairly unique in the province in terms of having direct control through ministerial order for emergency management for our neighboring municipalities that I mentioned. And we're well aware that provincial legislation governs almost all things we do, and that includes emergency management, the emergency management program, the committees, the agencies, and all of the information for those legislative links are within the agenda item. And to add to that comment, prior to the committee's meeting to review the two plans that are before council for consideration for endorsement today, Clearwater County's Regional Emergency Management Agency, which is a makeup of multiple departments of Clearwater County's, both leadership and administrative staff, met and reviewed the plan and had some time to comment as well, and also supported that for council's endorsement. Just to touch on, I doubt that council wishes me to go through the entire plan. I do apologize, it made up 200 plus extra pages in the agenda item, but that's a necessary evil to get the plan adopted. But the overarching or material changes to the plan from our previous version of the plan, which was about 10 years old, were those updates I'd mentioned before about alignment in accordance with provincial legislative changes that happened in 2019. As well as alignment with our regional emergency management structure that changed in 2021 with our new agreements and the ministerial order late in 2021. And updates include things like revised templates and processes in kind of more in line with what we do currently in terms of emergency management, things like unified command and other structures that are used. And other than that, I'm going to turn that back to the council table for any questions on the plan or to answer any further questions you may have.
Great, and Jenny is first, so I'll open the questions up to her.
Thank you, Reeve. Like you said, we had the opportunity to go through this earlier at another table, but I did have a question with regards to the actual declaration of states of emergency. Do we have to have it in the bylaw to allow for, say, an electronic signature? Many banks, lawyers, etc., have shifted to electronic so that you don't necessarily have to find a printer, print it off, take a picture or scan it and send it back to make just ease of that. Is that something that can be implemented without a bylaw, or does the MGA not allow for electronic signatories, etc.? I just think that'd be significantly easier potentially.
That's a good question. I'm going to have to follow up on that one. Although we haven't done that in practice per se, we submit it digitally, so I can't see why it wouldn't be an allowable practice. Essentially, our bylaw says that the committee needs to meet in part. So the committee itself for an emergency meeting can be the Reeve or two councillors of Clearwater County, or the group of the whole, which would be all of Clearwater County Council and one from each the village and the Summer Village. So essentially, the Reeve alone can make up the committee in an emergency to sign that documentation. So the means in which we have that meeting to meet to declare that state of local emergency, it was something we can definitely review the bylaw again, and because the bylaw would be separate from this plan. We could go through the bylaw and check to see if a digital version is reasonable, and to me it is, and we meet virtually in a sense as part of those emergency meetings, just in the nature of how big our municipality is and timing, right? Most of those things that we do state of local emergency aren't planned. So I would recommend that we could bring that back as a future recommendation if council so wishes.
Yeah, and the real reason I brought it up is because it was discussed in 4.2 in this document. And then, it doesn't really specify whether it has to be written or non, that I saw in the bylaw, but I just looked over it quickly. But like you said, it's not really a planned thing, so people may not even be in the same province and or country, and oftentimes then a digital becomes significantly easier. So that'd be great.
Yeah.
You wouldn't mind.
Thank you. And like I said, we submit digitally to the province when we declare a state of local emergency, so I can't see how it's more of the nature of awareness of the committee that there is something going on in your jurisdiction, that you agree that we should declare a state of local emergency because the matter requires it. But yeah, I'll look into that a little bit further for sure, and if we need to make amendments, we will.
Thank you.
And Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. My understanding is that this unified command is relatively new. I was wondering how well that's working out functionally.
I think the concept isn't as new as the implementation, if that makes sense. So our first experience with Unified Command was last year in 2022 with the Black Mountain Fire. And that is something that we deem to be a success within our municipal jurisdiction. It's still the municipalities and the entity having authority of jurisdiction's choice to go into Unified Command. So with some of the wildfires across Alberta that we're experiencing this year, municipalities are choosing to not go into Unified Command and let the province take care of their forest protection area and they take care of their municipal jurisdiction. I would say that the benefit of having all of the subject matter experts in the room making decisions jointly is one that benefits the community. So certainly it's something that I look to do first, but you have to have willing partners like anything else. So certainly we've had great experience with Alberta Parks and Alberta Wildfire in a unified command structure format. It's certainly new for us in the last few years, but I don't believe the concept is brand new in terms of the incident command structure and emergency management overall.
Good to hear, thank you.
Okay. And Councillor Graham.
Do you need two separate motions for the separate documents, or one motion is okay?
How did I write it in there?
It's
I
presented
think one
as
motion
one.
is sufficient to adopt both plans. They're related.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that council endorses, or would adopts be a better word? Or does
Sure.
it- Okay, I'd like to make a motion that council adopts the Regional Emergency Management Plan and the Regional Emergency Social Services Plan dated April 2023 as recommended by the Regional Emergency Management Advisory Committee.
Thank you for that motion. Any discussion on the motion before us? Seeing none, I call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you so much for presenting today. Takes us down to the CAO office items. This one, 7.1, is a draft letter of interest, and I believe each of us have a copy of a letter there and relating to the Alberta Winter Games. And maybe I'll go across to our esteemed CAO.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So this agenda before council is regarding draft letter of interest for Alberta 2026 Winter or Summer Games host. The staff recommendation that council reviews and considers approval of Rocky Mountain House and District Recreation Parks and Community Services Board letter of interest to submit a bid to host the 2026 Alberta Summer Games and approval of terms of reference for the Rocky Mountain House and District Recreation Parks and Community Services Board's subcommittee, the 2026 Alberta Summer Games Bid Committee. So the background on this agenda, both the town of Rocky Mountain House and Clearwater County received the attached letter to this agenda from the Minister of Culture inviting municipalities to submit a bid to host either the 2026 Alberta Winter or Summer Games. As the May 23rd, 2023 regular council meeting, council passed the following resolutions. Motion by Councillor Sidney Graham that council supports the preparation of a letter of interest for the 2026 Summer Games, and motion by Councillor Jennifer Melhalf that council appoints Councillor Swanson to the Alberta 2026 Summer Games Bid Committee. As per information from the town administration, the Rocky Mountain House and District Recreation Parks and Community Services Board will meet on Wednesday, June 7th. They did, after publication of council's June 13th regular meeting agenda. To draft a letter which has been provided to this council and finalize the terms of reference, which also have been provided from the bid committee. The letter and terms of reference have been made available for discussion.
Okay, and this is the moment for that discussion. Councillor Graham, please.
Since I was at the rec meeting, I'll just talk about the terms of reference here. So we already appointed Councillor Swanson to that committee. And then we also made it so that we could have a county staff member be a part of it, likely someone from Director Martinson's department. And there's gonna be 3 members at large, which are gonna be a mix from the town and the county. So, and then the committee will cease to exist once they're either approved or not approved to hold the game. So it's a quick little short committee, but it's very well divided among town and county, and I think we'll get some good feedback and a good letter created.
Councillor Swanson?
Just a little bit more information, and just as I would say as a heads up, because it's been my past experience with the Alberta Masters games. In the letter that we received, there talks about a grant, an operating grant. Should we be selected of about $420,000. I believe when we applied and received the bid for the Masters games, both municipalities, you get that grant from the province, but there was also a matching grant from both municipalities. So should we be successful, I would say there could be an ask of $210,000 from each municipality to support these games. So until we make the bid and understand, where the financial commitment would be, I would just say, let's just keep this information on our back pocket and go from there. And I would assume, the bids must be received by the end of August. I would assume that we would receive probably by fall, whether we are successful or not. So this is for 2026, but just a little bit more information in regards to finances.
Okay. Any additional thoughts, questions? We would probably look to a motion here to support or consider approval of this this bid letter. Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. My only question, I think, is for Director Martinson. Do we have the capacity to assist with something of this magnitude, not being a part of the Masters Games? I just want to make sure that we have the depth within our organization to provide whatever assistance we've previously needed to provide and or will be asked to provide now.
It certainly depends on the capacity and the scope of what we need. The fact that it's 2026 means that if there is a requirement for us to bring staff resources to the table outside of a committee membership or sort of ad hoc-y, things like comparable to the Masters Games, if it's beyond what the Masters Games utilized from us, we could have a discussion at budget time over, some sort of fixed term temporary position potentially to serve that. If it's more of we need folks to mow grass and do those things, we can plan to utilize seasonal staff similarly to how we do in Nordic. So I think at this time it's a little bit premature to say one way or the other, but I appreciate the concern, and I think that's something that we would do as we as Councillor Graham mentioned, we will be a part of the committee alongside council, so we can keep sort of our eye on what these resources might look like and make sure that they end up in the right budget, and council has a chance to discuss that. Probably have to see, what comes out of the letter of intent and whether we're asked to submit a bid, whether we know if we're going to be rolling with modified games or full games, and some of those details that'll come soon to try to help us scope it out.
Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
I was just gonna make a motion that council approves the Rocky Mountain House and District Recreation Parks and Community Service Board Letter of Interest to submit a bid to host the 2026 Alberta Summer Games. And does the next part need to be a new motion, or I can just keep going? Okay, and approval of the terms of reference for Rocky Mountain House and District Recreation Parks and Community Service Board Subcommittee 2026 Summer Games Bid Committee. It's a lot of words.
Thank you for that, thank you for that motion. It's almost a tongue twister. I would just make one comment too, that I think quite often, my understanding is that a successful bid often is accompanied with a commitment to either improve or commit to improve infrastructure that supports those games too, and then has a bit of a handshaking ability with the other granting availabilities that are out there too. So I just want that to be an awareness level with this group as we work to putting forward a bid. That, I mean, there may be some financial commitment outside of just putting on our best foot forward. We may actually, to be successful, we may have to up the game a bit too. So, Councillor Graham?
Just to add on to that, that's part of the bid, from my understanding, that's part of the bid committee too, is they choose which sports are going to happen. And there potentially could be partnerships, you know, with the beautiful golf stadium in Sylvan Lake. If we have baseball maybe or softball, they can head out that way. So there's a lot of discussions to be had, and the bid committee can do a great job of choosing the things that are appropriate. I mean, obviously a river thing would be great here. We have such incredible rivers, and yeah, so just add on to that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beautiful trail system.
Okay, we have a motion before us. Any further discussion on that motion? I call the question then. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Takes us down the list. Again, I believe we're at 7.2 then, and this is relating to a draft bylaw for the Agricultural Appeal Board, and I would assume that would be Mr. Martinson, our Director of Agriculture and Community Services, would be probably introducing. Note, that's going to go right to the CAO. So the laser dot is on his forehead, I see. So there we go.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed, Council. So this agenda is on consideration of first, second, and third reading of the draft bylaw 1151-23 for the Agricultural Appeal Board. The staff recommendation, the council review, amend as appropriate, and provide first, second, and third reading with unanimous consent of the Agricultural Appeal Board bylaw 1151/23. The background for this agenda: Alberta County's past practice was to appoint 5 members of council not appointed to the Ag Service Board to a board to hear and determine appeals of inspectors' notices, local authorities' notices, and debt recovery notices issued under the Agricultural Pests Act and Weed Control Act. As per the Weed Control Act, it is council's responsibility to establish an independent appeal panel wholly separate from council to determine appeals. The Agricultural Pests Act also requires council to establish a committee to hear and determine appeals. However, this legislation does not specify that the committee be independent. After recent legal review, it was determined that changes to the existing board structure are needed to ensure compliance with both legislations. In order to achieve this, and for efficiency's sake, administration recommends that council establish one independent board with delegated authority to decide appeals for both pest and weed notices on behalf of council. The attached draft bylaw 1151 establishes this new board, known as the Agricultural Appeal Board, and outlines terms of reference. After the bylaw is adopted, advertisements for members will take place.
Okay, questions related to this item? Councillor Swanson, please.
Question in regards to the boards, the members of the board themselves. So I see that we're going to recruit them annually. I'm thinking of our other independent board like SDAB. Is there any particular training that will have to be required with this particular board? And if so, is that annual training? And if so, would it be in our best interest, instead of recruiting annually, be recruiting for, I'll say, 2 years or 3-year term? So that's a handful, sorry.
Yeah, so I think the reference to the recruiting annually talks about how we eventually plan on staggering the ends of terms.
Okay.
So it will be recruiting annually for a position, not for all positions.
Okay.
As far as the training goes, there will be training once a year similar to SDAB. The members will have, and that'll be a part of the advertising process, they will have to have some experience or understanding when it comes to the Weed Act, the Pest Act, how we manage these acts within ag land and stuff like that. So it'll be a little more structured than normal, but there is no specific statutory training for these appeal boards. The best we have is SDAB, and it's really the same how you run this process as the chairperson and the board and the secretary is very similar as how the SDAB process is ran. So I think that training will suit us. I hope that answers the question.
Perfect, thank you.
And Deputy Reeve Lougheed, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Perhaps I missed it then, so how many year terms is this? Pardon me? Yeah. Well, then how are we staggering people if it's a 1-year term?
So section 6 and 7 talks about each member of the board appointed by council shall be for a specified by a resolution of council.
Oh, okay.
So when we bring you these appointments, we'll have that baked into our recommendations. Of course, the first time we bring you, it'll be all of them, and then at that time we'll stagger them out. And then after that, we will have the proper terms identified in the recommendations that we make.
Okay, thank you. Follow up?
Please.
And we, of course, use the MGA's conflict of interest / pecuniary interest. We don't have to specify that within our own bylaw. We can go with the MGA's.
So ultimately, they will be covered under the MGA through our code of conduct.
Okay.
So this committee will be bound by our code of conduct, which flows out of the MGA like any other committee that is a committee of council, and this will be a committee of council.
Okay. The reason why I asked is if a family member of the ag service boards, because many of our boards end up being recruited either by us or by the board members themselves. So if close family members or whatever end up being on this weed appeal board, is that allowed, or is that covered in the MGA or a conflict of interest? Or is it specifically if you're the one getting the weed notice, you recuse, et cetera, and covered that way?
I think we'd likely be okay, but we might want to check on legal just quick if that ever came up, because there is the provision in the acts that say independent.
Yes.
Typically, the interpretation that we've got from our legal says outside of any other board and committees. And so that's why our current situation of utilizing the rest of council is an independent. Council is the above arching governance group of ASB. So to say that the rest of council is independent of them, that's just not true. It's a small community. We're not going to find anybody to be on this committee that's not known, friends with, related to, neighbors of, and we're not the smallest. In a lot of instances, we're larger than a lot of small counties that do this. So we'll cross those paths as they come, and we'll make sure that we have legal that looks at precedents. There's 100 years of precedents in the Weed Act or more. So now that we sort of know that we have to make sure that we are always independent, that's just a question from, the legal. And fortunately, over the last 5 years, there's been plenty of appeals there's been plenty of appeal committee rulings overturned by the minister for us to have an awful lot of precedent and case law to look at. So, and that's ultimately why many counties are looking at, you know, our old process and really cleaning them up, because there's been a lot of appeal board rulings that have, because the next step after this under the act, if somebody wishes to appeal an appeal board hearing, it goes straight to the minister. It doesn't go to judicial review like SDAB might, it goes to the minister. Of course, you could then go to a judicial review from there if you don't like the minister's decision. And what we've noticed is a lot of the decisions coming from the minister aren't consistent with decisions from the past. So that's fine. Legislation changes, decisions evolve. We're just playing a little catch up. We'll get there here soon. And we're confident that we can get an appeal board that will work for this community and meet legislation.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's my next question is actually, we're gonna be, you know, is there a land and property rights for weeds? So you've answered that by saying it's the minister, so thank you.
My question would relate to really the workload that you anticipate this committee or this board will see. Have we seen a lot of appeals in the past in Clearwater County? Because we have had an opportunity for those. Mr. Martinson?
The answer to the question is, in the last 19 years that I've been leading this department, there has never been an appeal. I hope that hasn't, that those words haven't affected our future outcomes, but we believe that is because we do have a fair and respectful process. Very few municipalities processes require the Ag Service Board to approve notices, issuing them, and even less require the enforcement to be approved by the board via our tour. So we believe that we have a lot of fairness and supervision by community leaders, such as the board and the councillors on the board, already baked in, so that it doesn't feel like I'm being signaled out by the staff, I'm being treated differently by, you know, this person that's got an issue with me. All those go out the window when it's a governance decision to issue the notice, and it's a governance decision to enforce it. Now, I want to make it clear, the board doesn't choose what herbicide we use, they don't choose the methods, they don't choose the equipment that we go in on. We make sure that administrative decisions are made by administration and the technical experts we have, but we believe that choosing how we're going to enforce and build an enforcement process is in the governance realm. And so I believe that has always kept us away from an appeal. But, you know, we could have an appeal at any time, and we have to be prepared to address them, and that's what we're doing. But to answer the question and sum it up, it hasn't been something that we've had a lot of and we don't foresee, but anything can happen.
Thank you. Any additional questions? Councillor Graham, I saw you reaching for the button.
Gonna make a motion.
Hey, there you go.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that council grants first reading to the Agricultural Appeal Board Bylaw 1151/23.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martinson?
Yeah, if it pleases the Reeve, I wouldn't mind just pointing out a couple sort of unique features of this committee we don't see in a lot of other committees, but due to the fast timeframes that we have to muster the committee together after the CAO receives notice of appeal, as well as the deposit that's required around that, we only have a very short amount of time. I believe it's 5 days to be able to get the committee together and hear the appeal. It's a likely occurrence that this could, you know, we could get an appeal at 4:30 Friday before the Canada Day long weekend, which really means we only have 1 or 2 days to bring an appeal committee. So with that in mind, and understanding that the committee members we appoint are likely to be farmers themselves, or rural community members, that we understand in the summer, we're busy doing things with our businesses, that we may have trouble getting the
appointed members together. So section 9 and 14 allow an alternative option if we cannot get the appointed committee members. These clause allows administration through the CAO to appoint a standing or alternate member in accordance to the bylaw in a situation where we cannot get quorum from the appointed members ahead of time. The alternate members or additional members that are appointed by administration of the CAO will still have to meet the same standards, be independent, have a base knowledge of the Weed Act or the Pest Act. But this gives us that flexibility potentially to meet legislation when timeframes are tight. And that 5 days is a struggle, but we understand in the summer, things happen fast, weeds grow fast. Weeds can go to seed in a few days and turn, close the window on control for us. So that is the reason behind those clauses, and they are different from most other appeal committees in the way of how appointments could potentially make. We really hope we never have to use this, but it is a tool. Otherwise, if we cannot get a standing committee together, we would have to withdraw the notice or risk contravening the act, which is something we never want to do.
Great. Deputy Reeve Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve. How would that person then have the time to do the once per year training if they had to be appointed and then go right into an appeal? If they have to do this training orientation per year as per section 10.
We do have the capacity to do that in-house.
Okay.
And so the training would be just before the hearing. Just in time inventory management.
Sounds good, thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions relating to the motion before us? That is first reading. Okay, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Anybody willing to make a motion for second reading?
I so move.
Okay, Deputy Reeve Lougheed. Further discussion? All in favor? And that is carried. Again, I probably would look for a motion to permit third reading. Councillor Cermak, all in favor? And that is carried as well. And then we would look for one final motion of third reading. Deputy Reeve Lougheed. And further final discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Martinson and Mr. Emmons. That takes us into the report session report section of the day. And we'll start with the 8.1, which is the CAO's report.
Thank you, Reeve Lougheed. So the June 13th, 2023 CAO report. The Alberta Centre for Sustainable Rural Communities is hosting a Reimagining Rural Economic Development Cooperative Innovation and the Future of Our Communities Conference in Camrose, being held on October 25th and 26th this year. Over the past year, the Alberta Centre for Sustainable Rural Communities, University of Alberta, the Augustina campus in Camrose, Alberta, has been exploring innovative uses of the cooperative model and their potential role in modern rural economic and community development. This event will feature a collection of speakers, including rural entrepreneurs, cooperative developers, academics from across North America, to showcase how innovative uses of the cooperative model can drive sustainable rural economic development. Should councillors wish to attend, this authorization would be required.
Any indications of interest in this, or should we just make a general motion to allow? I'll leave it up to council to give their feedback on the value here. Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. I was just gonna make a general motion, and then whoever is interested in attending can let staff know. So I would authorize motion for attendance.
Okay, any discussion on that? Seeing none, I call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Please continue.
Thank you, Reeve. The Alberta Rural Connectivity Coalition is inviting individuals with experience and interest in rural connectivity and broadband issues to join their team. The ARC Volunteer Steering Committee is seeking members of the community to join its 2 new committees. Policy and Planning. Members of these committees will further advance ARC's mandate to grow affordable internet across the province by attending monthly meetings to help plan ARC's initiatives and projects. Further information on the roles and responsibilities for each committee can be found on the attached websites. Interested individuals are to complete the expression of interest form by June 30th. Selected committee members will be announced in the fall of 2023. The latest issue of the Alberta Provincial Rural Crime Watch Association newsletter is now out, featuring information about the Reeve fan-out system, the membership report, general news and events, and more. And that concludes the CAO report.
Thank you. Any questions of the CAO or to the CAO, of the CAO, about the CAO, around the CAO? All right, with that, I'd look for a motion to accept the CAO report for information. I think I saw Councillor Ratcliffe first, so all in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. Broadband Core project update, and who shall take that? Shall Mr. Hagan take that, or is there any questions that council has relating to broadband at the moment? Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. I have numerous questions regarding broadband. Did you want questions directly now, or did you want us to wait till the broadband committee meeting on the 29th?
If they can wait, if they're not urgent, I would suggest that's probably a better forum for free discussion of those items.
Well, I'm concerned that they are urgent because I would like us to, get moving on our project. So I worry that we're going to lose a build season if we don't start making some decisions. So will that be an option for discussion then on the 29th?
That definitely could be an option.
Okay, I just haven't seen an agenda for the 29th, so I don't know if that's going to be brought up then, because if it is, then I will wait, but if not, I will proceed now.
I would suggest from our perspective, it can wait.
Thank you.
Any additional thoughts? Okay. Maybe we'll move forward then into a regional fire report, and I'm not sure who gets that, or if there's any questions that are arising from what was published. No questions?
The team has been very busy.
I see that. We know we're constantly dealing with a changing world in emergency services and fire. So if there are no specific questions relating to the Fire Rescue Services report, I would look for a motion to accept for information. Councillor Northcott was the first hand I saw. All in favor? And that is carried. Brings us to another exciting time, councillor reports, and I'm going to go to Councillor Graham first.
All right. So I had a Rocky Library Board meeting. It was a good meeting. I don't really have anything to bring back. We had our Ag Service Board meeting. The Leslieville wastewater tour, facility tour was really great. It's come a long way since last fall, and they're testing it out, and hopefully it'll be, I don't know if it is fully operational. It can't be yet. Hopefully it will be soon, and it's a very nice facility. I believe world-class was the word used to describe it, which is quite neat. Councillor Swanson, Councillor Cermak, Councillor Radcliffe, Reeve Lougheed, Deputy Reeve Lougheed, and myself all attended the Crucial Conversations course. Super valuable course, I found. So important in having conversations with especially our constituents. I think it's really important to have those skills, and I know it's definitely, I learned a lot as a very non-confrontational person. That's a tough one for me, but I learned some skills in it that hopefully will be beneficial. We were invited to attend the staff meeting. That was great. It's always good to see all the staff, and it's the growing organization. I remember when I worked here and we had the meeting in these 2 rooms, so we have many more service levels now that we provide. Rocky Rec Board, we have already spoken about that in a previous agenda item. I attended the industry crime meeting. It has merged with the CMAC, I believe. I didn't bring my agenda, but I believe that is the correct acronym for it. So they're having their meetings together. I did mention our potential that we could be having resolution pertaining to copper, and they were very excited to hear that. The Rocky Rodeo Parade, that was a good day, lots of smiling faces. You guys that were handing out candy deserve some candy yourselves, because that was a fast parade. You guys did great. And then we were all here for strategic planning yesterday, and it's available online. So unless there are any questions, that would conclude my councillor report.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Councillor Graham? Well, we shall move down the line to Councillor Northcott, please.
Excellent. No, things have been, as far as council-wise, they've been quiet for me for the last couple of weeks. I did not attend. I think I was the one councillor that did not attend the crucial conversations presentation there. And I did, the only really thing that I've done in the last couple of weeks was I attended a Caroline Library Board meeting last night, and just like to give credit to Amanda and Alice. They do a really good job there of maintaining and operating the library in Caroline. So other than that, it's been very quiet for council.
Okay, any questions for Councillor Northcott? I'll pass the talking stick to Deputy Reeve Lougheed.
Thank you, Reeve. I agree. The Caroline Library, they do a little bit of everything in that library. Like, they are a true gem down there. They're very busy out of that library. I have been very busy. You've mentioned most of them as well, so I'll just skip to the ones individually. 4-H show and sale. Now I'm a little biased because my kids are cleavers, and so they were in the show. But I truly feel that a vibrant 4-H group is proof of a vibrant community. And the way that show and sale went, it was fabulous. And the ag department was so helpful throughout it all, and just kudos to those kids, and thank you to all of the organizations and companies that supported the 4-H community in our area. That's just incredible. The 40th anniversary of the Rocky Museum, can you believe 40 years? Like, it was a really good event. They had artisans throughout the entire museum showing us how to loom, and there was a blacksmith there. She calls herself the Lady Blacksmith because there's a big museum area talking about women in blacksmithing, and so she feels very connected with the Rocky Museum because of that. So was in the backyard showing off her blacksmithing abilities, and she's quite talented. Rural Health Week, it was quite the week worth of events. We did several events, but the big one being the kickoff event at Rival Trade. We partnered with them, and they made a Rural Healthcare Heroes grapefruit rattler. And first of all, it's lovely. If you get the opportunity to try it, it's lovely. But it's also awesome to have local companies work with us and showcase some of our healthcare heroes. And we met as the engagement team as well, and some of the struggles that we're having at the hospital and just healthcare in general. The hospital expansion is on time, and it's ready to be in February, April. That's where they're shooting for, and at this point they said it's going to be a go, which is great. It's going to be tough to actually have patients there when we don't have any nurses, so we'll see. We're critically short, unable to open beds short, potentially closing more beds short. So we're working to try to solve that problem. Hopefully the provincial government can work with us on that. And we're working with Red Deer Polytechnic to hopefully bring a program here locally. Granted, that's going to be a couple of years in the making, because once you start the program, it still takes a few years to go through the program. But we're also endorsing a scholarship that will aim towards the last year of somebody's training, so that maybe that'll showcase our community if we're doing incentivizing scholarships. We're working through that as well. Made it out to Nordegg Explorer, and they did an ultra marathon presentation, like 75+ kilometer run, like on a 1,500 foot elevation. Like, wow, kudos to the people willing to do that. Like, that's nuts, but they're projecting to bring 500 plus people to the greater Clearwater County area. Like that's a lot of people. So super exciting what they're trying to do, and hopefully the Nordegg community and Clearwater County in general can help support them in doing that. I was asked to do the cross-border interview that Councillor Swanson did a few months ago. So I did that last week, and it's the first time I've ever been on a podcast, so we'll see what it sounds like when it comes out. But definitely found it interesting because it's about your own journey into politics and some introspection, and I'm not normally very good at that. So we'll see how it goes, but if you get the opportunity to listen to any of his interviews and his podcast, I find it very entertaining, but I quite enjoy politics. Sitting here, I probably should. The Nordegg Cemetery Town Hall, went out to Nordegg for that, and the plans for that cemetery, I was very impressed. And the environmental stewardship and thought that went into that cemetery, I am really looking forward to seeing that coming off the ground. And everything else Councillor Graham already mentioned, so I've already taken up too much of the floor. Oh, sorry, one more thing. I have been asked to bring greetings to the Grey Wooded Forge Association AGM on June 22nd. And I would like to make a motion requesting my attendance to the Grey Wood Forge Association AGM.
Okay. Thank you for your report, and we do have a motion before us for Deputy Reeve Milhoff to attend. So I would call that question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Again, this talking stick gets passed to my left. And Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I have a question for the Deputy Reeve.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
As far as hospital staffing, like these are for the two surgical suites. Do we have staff for that as well outside of the nursing?
It's short. All of it is short. All of it. So we have travel nurses coming in right now, which is actually causing some struggles because travel nurses are paid outside of the grid of the regular nursing, which then makes our locals go, why have we been here fighting the good fight when a travel nurse gets paid 3 times more than we get paid? So that's a struggle. And then housing is a huge issue. It's housing the travel nurses hasn't been an issue anymore with the pipeline crews not filling up all of our hotels. So we've been able to find them accommodations. But otherwise the nursing shortage is a big problem. We have a couple of doctors retiring, but we are fairly well suited for physicians in comparison to other municipalities. There's many other communities that are way shorter on doctors than we are. It's the nurses for us that's the hold up.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to talk.
Hopefully that was helpful.
It was helpful. I'd like to talk with you offline about the scholarship.
Yes, absolutely. I can send it around. Okay.
On June 2nd, I had my turn in the front office as counselor on duty. The manager from the Goldeye Center dropped in for a while. I had an interesting conversation. He explained to how the Goldeye Center actually has its roots in agriculture youth education. And those are the main supporters of Goldeye Center. He also explained that he's dealing with dated infrastructure. They had a lot of line breaks through the winter that they're trying to deal with, but they're also trying to reinvent their future to become current and go into the future. And we can expect requests for letters of support for some of the grants that they will be applying for. Yes, I, with a few other councillors, attended the county spring meeting. It's always good to see the summer people that be working here, and hopefully we'll see some of them permanent. I also attended the Explore Nordegg session and the presentation of the Black Lung Ultra Marathon. This is 5 young guys promoting tourism in the area, so it's impressive to see this happening. They're hoping to make this an annual event, and they're looking for partnerships in the community to make that happen. And this happens rarely, but the Deputy Reeve misquoted the highest elevation.
Oh, did I? I'm
It's
sorry.
no, it's not 1,500 feet, it's 15,000 feet.
Oh, goodness. I got 15 right.
Yeah,
15,000.
I'll be sitting in the bleachers. The cemetery presentation at Nordig was great, not that many people showed up, but as the Deputy Reeve said, it's a very peaceful spot. They've chosen a very attractive design that accommodates traditional and modern burials, but it is, from the planning we've seen, it's something that the community can be proud of. I also, with most of the rest of council, attended the rodeo parade. Barely made the high-speed trick with the candy bucket, but just the same, it was fun. And that's my report.
Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Ratcliffe?
15,000 feet of elevation change? That's over 3 miles.
In 24 hours on foot.
Going up.
75 kilometers. And they do it on foot.
Boy, you gotta be tough.
The physical and psychological dedication of those athletes.
Well, and
unbelievable.
And even oxygen levels at 15,000 feet can be a challenge.
Exactly.
Apparently, it's a very growing popular event.
People travel all over the world doing these.
I'll stick to golf, thanks.
Well, I shall pass the talking stick along to Councillor Cermak.
Well, I think everybody's went over everything that I was at. I was really impressed with the new lagoon out of Leslieville and all the new innovations that they're doing out there, and that's going to be just awesome for our county. I think if anybody gets a chance, they should go out and take a look at it. If people give tours out there, I don't know if they do or not, but it is worth seeing and how that is designed and everything. The capacity out there is going to be fantastic. We'll be able to unload our septic from the local farmers, and everything can go right there. We have a muffin monster and everything there to contend with everything. The other thing that I was really impressed with was the musical ride. I've seen it about 4 or 5 times in my lifetime, and every time it's better and better. I don't know how they keep improving it, but it was fantastic this year out at the chimneys there. And I just love the location of the new cemetery out at Nordig. That is going to be a real gem in the area. And I think you're going to have people from outside of this area wanting to be buried there, or ashes spread out there, because it is so spectacular. That's all I can say about it.
Great.
Thanks.
Questions for Councillor Cermak? Well, I toss the talking stick once again to Councillor Swanson.
I forwarded you the FCM report from that Reeve Lougheed and I went on May 25th to 28th. I think it's all self-explanatory. If there's any questions on it, then that's fine. You can ask me now or ask me offline later. And if Reeve Lougheed wants to bring to highlight anything, he can. So we were there from May 24th to the 28th. Again, the lagoon, Leslieville Lagoon site, that was nice to see how things have progressed, and it will be nice to see it again in 6 months to see how the vegetation will be growing, so I'm looking forward to that. Of course, crucial conversations was, the 2-day was very good. I also took 2 hours out of that to be on a Zoom ASHA board meeting with the AFA board. It's an initial conversation for collaboration. So think of AFA board as the administrative portion of our home management bodies. That's their professional organization. On the 7th, I started the day of pancake breakfast at Westview Lodge because it was Seniors Week last week. So there was lots of celebrations happening here and there. The seniors got to go to a free movie. They had a car show on the Wednesday night, which they had fantastic weather. So it was nice to see us celebrating our seniors in our community. I then joined the spring county staff meeting. Appreciation to CEO Emmons for the invitation. The ASHA webinar on the 8th was in regards to board governance. That was for the, again, not only for board, but for also for any of the housing management board members, because there's a matrix that the province would like us to meet us at, so for them, so it involves the different skill levels that they would like to see people have some experience in. So I also attended the Visions West graduation that evening. There were 17 graduates, but 13 were there because 4 of them had to work. So, which was great. Very appreciative of the school, the teachers, and the support. These young adults are real go-getters, and they are an asset to our community going forward. On Friday night, the 9th, I was invited to the Alberta Conservation meet and greet for the Board of Directors. It was a very small group because there was lots of other events going on in our province, wildfires that were going on that some of them had to attend to. And of course, we had the Rocket Rodeo, so it was just a very informal meet and greet. So had a nice discussion that evening. And of course, the strategic planning, the rodeo parade and the strategic planning meeting. So overall, I think we've had a busy couple weeks. 3 weeks.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions for Councillor Swanson? Well, again, it appears as though it's been a very busy week for all of council. And thank you so much for all the work you do representing your community and being a presence within the community. I wanted to start out very quickly by saying, since we last met, we have had a provincial election. I want to congratulate all the candidates for putting their names forward. Democracy is truly alive and well in our community. I'm glad we had a good turnout of voters as well. And I'd like to congratulate Jason Nixon on being returned as MLA for our area. I wish him continued success in that role as well. I know you've all touched on many of the things we've done here. Councillor Swanson gave an excellent representation of the FCM conference in Toronto. I just want to kind of share a few things of my impression there. It was held in downtown Toronto, near where the CN Tower is. That used to be a transportation hub, and probably not a go-to place as much as you'd think. It was kind of a get there and go away as quickly as possible. It's been a transformed, I guess, to regress just a little bit, I spent quite a bit of time visiting that area many years ago, and it has been totally redeveloped as a go-to place. It's a renewal of the urban concept down there. It's condo living, it's lifestyle within that area. So really showcased not only recreation, but business and residential, and how they had done that, revitalizing their waterfront and turning it into, from something that was kind of dark and dingy, into a bright and inviting place most of the time. With that, there was great topics there. Alberta was very well represented at FCM. Of course, FCM is coming to Alberta next year, so hopefully we can not only, as Toronto did as a host city, just focus on what had happened in that narrow area. I think it would be great if Alberta could expand and show the rest of Canada how and what Alberta can and does do. It'd be great to get people out of those urban centers and into some of the things that really drive the Alberta economy. I've got lots of chances to talk with people from all over Canada, a lot of things around the agricultural sector, even though they may be very different in Eastern Canada or on the Maritimes, that they face many of the same challenges that agriculture does here too. So it was great to kind of talk and hear those concerns brought forward. There was also the opportunity to talk with industry. We had a good session with TC Energy, where some of their communications people and their engineering people kind of gave us a background on some of the great projects that they're working on right now related to not only when you think of TC, you kind of think of traditional energy, but this is also green energy and products that are, or projects that are going to bring new technology into play that really make a lot of those green energy projects viable and really make sense into the future. And I think, I think the takeaway from FCM is that Alberta is well represented within our group of municipalities, and that we can learn from each other and how to share and handle the barriers we all face. Again, very busy attending some of the same events you all did. I know, just looking at my calendar here, it's absolutely blocked out over the last number of weeks. I won't go back over the things that we all did together. I think there was great benefit to what we saw there, and thank you so much for reporting so holistically on the whole operation. And and that's it from me. Oh, I should also, no, I won't. That's good. We'll just leave it there. I'd be looking for a motion then to accept councillor reports for information. Councillor Swanson was the first hand I saw. All those in favor? And that's carried. That finishes councillor reports. Any spotlight to put on councillor remuneration? If not, I would look for a motion to accept councillor remuneration as circulated. Councillor Swanson was first. All those in favor? And that is carried. I see there are no items of correspondence this round. And would there be any notices of motion? And he quickly skips forward. No closed session item here. So I think I look to a tradition, almost tradition. Councillor Northcott. Okay, motion 12 for adjournment. Any discussion on that? Okay, I call the question. All in favor? And that's it for today. Thank you so much for joining us.